Get ready to celebrate a decade of innovation, collaboration, and groundbreaking achievements. This year marks the 10th edition of the Future IT Summit and Catalyst Awards, an event that has consistently pushed the boundaries of technology and imagination. Since its inception, the Future IT Summit has been an avant-garde, setting the stage for cutting-edge themes and revolutionary concepts from year one. We've been at the forefront of shaping the future of technology and driving progress in the region. In a moment that changed the game, the Catalyst Awards for Individual Merit was debuted at this very event, a unique recognition honoring those who have made extraordinary contributions to the IT landscape in our region. These awards not only celebrate individual excellence, but also inspire the entire industry to reach new heights. Every year, the Future IT Summit unveils a new theme, reflecting the current inclination and progress of our region. It's not just an event, it's a glimpse into the future, a catalyst for change and growth. From artificial intelligence to sustainable technology, our themes have echoed the pulse of innovation, guiding us toward a brighter and more connected future. And behind the scenes, the Future IT Summit has received unwavering support from the ruling government organizations in our region. Their endorsement speaks volumes about the importance of this event in driving technological progress and economic development. Join us for the 10th edition of the Future IT Summit and Catalyst Awards, where we celebrate a decade of accomplishments, honor the game changers, and set the stage for another era of innovation. Together, let's shape the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow pioneers of the digital frontier, a very good morning to you all. Welcome to the Future IT Summit 2024, a momentous occasion where we gather to celebrate a decade of unparalleled innovation, collaboration, and progress in the realm of information technology. As we stand on the threshold of a new era, it is with great pride and excitement that we commemorate a remarkable journey that has brought us to this pivotal moment. Over the past 10 years, the Future IT Summit has been a beacon of inspiration and a catalyst for transformation within the ever-evolving landscape of technology. It has served as a melting pot of ideas, a nexus of expertise, and a crucible for innovation where visionaries and trailblazers converge to shape the future of IT. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm welcome to the Future IT Summit. My name is Diana Fonseca, and I am excited to be your host for this extraordinary event. The 10th edition is powered by the International Group of Artificial Intelligence, which is a global institution of AI practitioners and leaders. And today, we are happy to have with us Dr. Jasim Haji, the president of IGOAI. Welcome, Mr. Haji. As we reflect on the achievements of the past 10 years, we are reminded of the countless breakthroughs, milestones, and moments of inspiration that has propelled us forward. But our journey is far from over. As we celebrate this milestone anniversary, we must look to the future with a renewed sense of purpose and determination. As we come together to celebrate a decade of achievement, let us reaffirm our commitment to harnessing the power of technology for the greater good, to building a future that is not only technologically advanced, but ethical, inclusive, and equitable for all. Together, we have the opportunity to shape a world where technology serves as a catalyst for positive change, empowering individuals, communities, and unlocking new possibilities for generations to come. So here's to a decade of pushing boundaries, breaking barriers, and shaping a future limited only by our imagination. This year, we delve into the possibilities and challenges that come with an AI-driven world, unraveling the potential it holds for reshaping industries, enhancing human experiences, and fostering unprecedented economic growth. And for the very first time, it gives me great pleasure of launching the Future IT and HR Transformation Summit at this event today. On this occasion, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Hussain Al Harti, who has graced this occasion as our guest of honor. And we would like to take this opportunity to present to him the Excellence in IT Award. For this, I would like to call up on stage Mr. Hussain Al Harti, along with Ronak and Anushri. Thank you, Mr. Harti. So without further ado, I would like to call up on stage once again the CEO of GC Media Group, Mr. Ronak Samantare.
Mike. Check. Yeah. Thank you, Diana. A very good morning to everyone, all the esteemed guests, speakers, partners, and all the sponsors. My name is Ronak Samantare, co-founder and CEO of GC Media Group. It gives us an immense pleasure to be a part of a journey which started 10 years back. And Future IT has always been very special. And thanks to our leadership, Mr. Tushar Sahu, who is sitting right in the front, because 10 years back, GC Media started talking about cloud. And at that point of time in 2012, 2013, like we're talking about AI now, at that time it was cloud. And from there, the journey started from cloud to AI. So definitely a big round of applause for you guys to keep us in the business, to keep us in the game, which is challenging day after day. And GC Media has always been at the upfront to make sure things are changing and we are changing. Because it's a simple norm of the market, you need to change. And it's a continuous process. And that's what keeps us alive. And GC Media, I'm sure most of you know, but apart from a traditional media company, a publication company, we have evolved ourselves in being a platform or enabler between the vendor community, the distributor, the reseller, and connecting that final dot with the customers, which is the end customers like the CIOs, CISOs, and that's how you see GC Media has created many IPs in this region than any other players in this market, and very successfully. Right from the CIOs to the CISOs as well. So we try to cover every nuts and bolts of the market just to make sure we are giving the right information, the right research, which is needed at this current scenario, because the technology is moving very, very fast. So, without a further ado, we are celebrating the 10th year of Future IT Summit along with the Catalyst Award. I'm very, very excited about the Catalyst Award because that's, again, one of the trendsetters in this region when we started, that there have been awards for the companies, for the organization, but not an individual recognition has been there. So that's what we started many years back, and we are on the 10th edition. So we are really, really proud of that. And last but not the least, before I leave the stage, yes, we have a long calendar this year. And especially after this, we have the Security Symposium, we have Ramadan coming up. But the mega show, which everyone is looking forward to it, is the Global CIO 200 Roadshow. So I'm sure most of you know how powerful that event is, or that platform is. And this year we are touring 55 countries. And the finale will be in South Africa in September. So stay tuned to that. And I'm sure we will have together a great journey and a great day today. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronak. As you all can see, this event is powered by IGOAI, and hence it gives me great pleasure to welcome and to present the opening keynote by Dr. Jasim Haji, the president of IGOAI.
Have to move it up. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sabah al-Khair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. I just flew from Bahrain to be with the team and swiftly fly back. But in a minute, I'll tell you what has happened during this trip to have achieved my lifetime dream by Tushar. Now, if I go back and my plane is crashed, I have achieved my dream. We started in 2017, believe it or not, talking about AI with Tushar. 2017, that's 7 years ago. That was a time that nobody even considered AI, and nobody believed in what we should do. He was the only man who actually had a faith in this. He said, I don't know much about AI, but I know there is a future into this. Then we started, even before, organizing the events, establishing International Group of Artificial Intelligence, which today goes over 5,000 participants in over 35 countries. We established it by the idea of disseminating the knowledge, not to make anything out of it, but go around the world and probably preach about AI. We conducted I'm talking about the dedicated events, over 20 events related to AI. We started with talking about AI as an AI, as a generic AI. But then we thought, okay, now everybody understood AI, what we're going to do next. Then we started going into the verticals. For instance, I'll just give you a few examples. We did 3 events in AI in healthcare, how AI is evolutionizing the healthcare. We did the similar numbers in judiciary and lawmakers. We did an AI in sports, how the physical education, how the sports management is evolving. We did AI and the big data science, how they are correlated. Several verticals that we have started talking about brought in more of specialized professionals into the field rather than just technology partners or technology professionals. This was the evolution that we have created, whether we did it in physical or virtual terms. Of course, we also had AI portion in every GEC Media's activities, whether it was CIO 200 or others. Now, this is probably the first event that's dedicated to AI with 10th edition of Future IT Summit. And this is the dream becomes true that I was talking about a few minutes ago. Really, that's not only, we're not going with the wind, as what they say. You know, many people now, AI becomes a trend, so they have linked it to everything they do. But this has been established over 7 years ago, and gradually we have reached there. So AI has been part and parcel of what Future IT Summit or GEC Media or CIO 100's been gradually evolving in the past few years. Now, what I want to say about AI in this region, we were talking with our gentleman friends earlier in the room that GCC becomes the biggest, no doubt, expenditures of AI and modernizing through AI in the modern world. And that's the fact. All the countries in the Gulf region are either establishing it through the enforcement of AI in the government activities or private sectors or even the academies. We are now beyond that. We talked about the examples of Falcon, for instance, earlier. That becomes one of the first large language models that's established outside the big generative AI companies. It shows our intention in this region to become more of the producers than the consumers in this area, and more talents, and then more talents acquisition and talents development in this area. Now, I don't want to hijack what are the latest in the AI and how it's evolving. I'll leave it to our esteemed speakers, but what I would like to also stress again that with the team here, this is just the beginning, and is more and more activities related to AI and different sects that will be focused on in the future. So again, on behalf of our friends and GEC Media, I would like to thank you. Thank you for joining this event, and thank you for being supporters of AI. Pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Haji, and a very warm welcome. Moving on, we have the first keynote of the Future IT Summit, and with great pleasure, I would like to call up on stage Sharbil Zrebi, Director, Channel Data Center Specialist, Dell Technologies.
Good morning. Oh, flashing lights. This is your expertise. All right. So those of you who attended my sessions before, it always starts with a video, some avatars I created on AI, but today I decided to keep it simple, straight to the point. And what we're going to cover today is actually some of the emerging trends that we believe are going to drive, or are actually already driving the business today and in the next decade. All right? We call them the unsolved challenges of technology at Dell, because we still believe there's a lot of development that's happening in those 5 areas. So let's get straight to it. So, 1st February 1984. Who knows what this date means? Just throw anything. Not my birthday. All right. So 40 years ago, Dell was created. All right, so on the 1st of February 1984, Dell was created. So this year, we're celebrating our 40th anniversary. And I could say one constant that we've been actually having throughout these 40 years is innovation. We've set our purpose. We want to continue developing technology that's going to help drive human progress. We've set a lot of audacious goals for 2030, and at the heart of this is innovation. And our innovation, especially for the last 3 years, we spent a lot on innovation that's going to keep helping our customers running their businesses, but also we were setting our sight into those 5 emerging technologies. So let's drill down into them one by one and quickly. First, artificial intelligence, today's theme. And artificial intelligence is not something new. It's been there since the 1950s, and it's about a machine mimicking human behavior. And when we started talking about AI today, it's not something new. But AI today is possible because we have enough processing power, we have a lot of data that we can analyze, we have a lot of data that we can utilize, and we have the ability to create algorithms that we were not able to create 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So it's very important to know that each one of us has been using some sort of AI in the last 10 years. Give you an example, your maps. When you use your maps, you're using machine learning. This is how actually the map application can predict the best route for you. What does it use? Traffic data. It analyzes it. There are algorithms at the back. Facial recognition, chatbots, so many things that we've been using are powered by AI. Yet, because of all this technology advancement, and it's because it's accelerating, we went from this traditional AI, or now we call it traditional AI, it used to be the everything AI a few years ago, to generative AI. So we moved from actually AI that helps us predict an outcome to an AI that is actually helping us generate things. And the most common example of generative AI would be ChatGPT, right? And there's a zillion now of applications, especially consumer application. I use many of those, all right? And it helps me sometimes plan my day better. And it helps me do a lot of things. And I'm not going to go into that a lot because I believe Sandra is going to cover that in details. So stay tuned for her session. But if you look really from an enterprise perspective, the most common saying now is AI is going to replace your business. Let me tell you something. I don't believe AI is going to replace your business, but a competitor who's using AI to drive their business is going to get you out of business. So that's why it's important when you're in an enterprise to try to start figuring out how are you going to utilize AI to drive your business better. Now, this said, it's not that easy. It's not straightforward. And we see a lot of our customers, like the old saying goes, trying to put the cart in front of the horse. Because we see a lot of customers who have a lot of data, but they don't have the right data quality to be able to really get the right results. So being on your AI or like driving an AI use case is a journey. Understanding which use case you need to drive, doing that is a journey. And that's why at Dell Technologies, we've created like AI services, validated designs with partners like NVIDIA to help you shortcut those journeys or make them shorter. Second thing is actually cloud. And also cloud as a concept, the operational model of cloud as a concept is not new. I remember my first internship was, well, let's not say the year because you will know how old I am, but it was like on a Citrix MetaFrame servers farm, and the whole idea was to give our customers an application icon that they can click on their desktop, but that application was running in our data center. Imagine that. That was 20 years ago, all right? And if you go back even in time, the whole mainframe model probably is something similar to cloud. But then the hype of the cloud started in 2010 when we started having what we call the public clouds, that operating model sitting somewhere in a data center, right? And the connectivity made it accessible to organization. And then the mindset started changing. Everybody thought cloud is the solution to all our problems, or public cloud. But then we started realizing a few years down the line that this is not right. It's not public cloud. It's hybrid cloud. And now it's multi-cloud. And it's actually the combination of a multi-cloud world that spans from the edge to the core to the public cloud that is actually today helping our customers thrive in their business. And that's why on cloud, there's still a lot of advancements. Today at Dell Technologies, we're helping our customers have the ability to have a relationship from ground to cloud. So we're putting our top storage servers solutions IP as a software, and our customers can consume it on the hyperscalers like Amazon, Microsoft, and others. And also, we're trying to do the whole cloud-to-ground approach, where we are helping our customers build their own cloud operating model and have the ability to have this as a two-way stream, not a one-way stream. And that's important because when you're working now in a hybrid cloud or multi-cloud environment, it's a data mindset. Where my data should be, where my workload should run. I can take a billing application and keep it on the cloud, and then bring that billing application and run it on my data center where I have more processing power in a cheaper way, in a more secure way, for 2 days in a month. That's one example. So a lot of things are happening today on the multi-cloud front, and we expect that there will still be much development in that area. The third thing is edge. Now, edge is considered today as the fourth revolutionary or industrial revolution. Why? If you think back in time, just to give some analogy, the first industrial revolution happened with the water and steam, right? We started creating actually power through water and steam, yet it was centralized. You needed to build your plant next to a river, or you needed to build big boilers so you can have that power. And then we went to the second industrial revolution, which is electricity. And electricity became distributed, and it opened a lot of opportunities for businesses to thrive, because now everybody started having electricity, and they can build their plants anywhere they want. And then from a digital perspective, the third industrial revolution happened when we started creating the data center. And whether it's a cloud data center or whether your own data center, it was centralized. And the fourth industrial revolution is what we call today the edge. And the edge is important because we expect, and if you look at many studies, that 90% of the business in the next 10 years is going to happen at the edge. And the edge is a patient in an ICU in healthcare generating data. And we call it edge, it's because we analyze the data where it is generated. We're not going to send this data anywhere to a cloud, to a data center to analyze it. We're going to analyze it on site. And the edge became possible because also in those remote areas, we are now able to fit a small factor, a huge processing power in a small factor. So today, in any industry that you are, you will find edge solutions that are going to help you drive new use cases for your business. So self-driving cars is another example of edge. Each one of us is an example of edge. We generate insights through all the devices that we wear or carry. Now, it's important to know that edge is not simple. Edge comes with its own problems as well. And today, the biggest complexity at the edge is actually how to deploy it, how to manage it. And that's why we created one of the first software of its kind, let's say. We call it the Dell Native Edge, which can help our customers realize two things. One, have the ability to deploy all their physical assets at the edge from a single pane of glass, zero touch, with a zero trust with zero trust capabilities. And the second thing is also the ability to deploy those applications, whether in containers or virtual applications, at the edge, also in the same manner. So today, what we're trying to do is to help our customers simplify their journey to the edge. Fourth, the future of work. So COVID hit in 2020, and we all thought the future of work is going to be remote. We're not going to go back to the office, right? Now we're kind of going back to the office, and we're talking about a hybrid model of work. We've done a lot of events that were virtual. I remember my avatar, while presenting in one of the virtual events, actually was running, jumped on stage, and went to the crowd. And I was looking, what's happening, you know? It was just a virtual event with an avatar on stage I had to create. So now, the future of work is not just about how we work or where we work. It's about also everything that's happening in the background, and how are we gonna give the users the right device, how are we gonna simplify the IT operation behind it, and how we're gonna really streamline everything for our users to be able to provide the services that we require to our customers. So the future of work does not stop just at creating the right device. And there's a lot of innovation happening here, and you're gonna see a lot of announcements on that front. One of which probably some of you heard of it. All of you know that you have 2 Control and 2 Alt buttons on your keyboards, right? So all your Windows devices, the new generation that's coming now, we're gonna have the Copilot button, right? So now on the right side, you press a button, and then you have the Microsoft Copilot that's gonna help you as a personal user if you subscribe to it. And for the organizations, it will be the Microsoft Copilot, which is I believe the Enterprise Edition, which you can customize to your own enterprise requirements. So there's a lot of things that's happening when it comes to the future of work. Is this you? You put this there? Yeah? I'm gonna beat it today. Yeah. And last, by no means least, is actually security. And security has been, until recently, everybody's innocent until proven guilty, right? So we secure our environment, and we put all those devices and all those security solutions to catch the bad guys, okay? Now, today we're moving from that concept to what we call the zero trust concept. And the zero trust concept, in simple words, is actually everybody's guilty until proven innocent. So basically, nothing is allowed, nobody is allowed to enter your network unless they are cleared to access. And to build that, it's not just a straightforward thing. Today, if you go to Google and ask, well, I'm old-fashioned, I still use Google more than ChatGPT. But if you ask Google or ChatGPT or anybody, how many security companies providing you security solutions today there is in the market? More than 6,000. So imagine if you want to secure your environment, how are you going to take the right decision? That's why at Dell we decided not to create another security product. Actually, what we're doing, we're leading a consortium of 30 leading security technology companies to build an intrinsic security framework and really a zero trust security solution that is endorsed, validated by those 30 top technology vendors that's going to help you secure your environment in a zero trust manner. And stay tuned, this is something that's going to be announced, if I'm not mistaken, in May in our Dell Tech World event in Las Vegas, all right? So, to close, think of those 5 technologies individually, but then when you put them all together, you would understand that we're going to continue living in a multi-cloud world that spans from the edge to the core to the cloud. It's going to be powered by AI, because AI is going to start getting embedded, whether like traditional AI, machine and deep learning, or generative AI. We need to be able to achieve that, to figure out how we're going to continue doing our job, all of us, and that's the future of work, and to make sure that we're doing that in the best secure manner, we wrap it up with security. So if you think of them individually, these are like the emerging technologies that are going to drive the business, and when you put them all together, you would understand that there is no way that you're going to be able to drive your business unless you are on board of each one of these technologies. This is the message that I wanted to share today, and thank you. I beat the record today. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Well, any questions before I step down? All right. I'll be around and we can have a chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Charbel. That was quite an enlightening note. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is an AI public speaker and trainer, educational visionary, backpack traveler, and even an entrepreneur. So without any further delay, I would like to call up on stage Sandra Revik.
Hello. I will have the slides up. Lovely to have you all here. I'm going to be giving you much more of the practical about AI than we have had. I'm not going to be focusing on the enterprise level. And if I have the slides up, then my keynote is about going beyond the bus and the practical AI tools in marketing. And that's my background because I have been... Yes, thank you. So Gen AI, as we also heard from the last keynote speaker, will be embedded in our very fabric of our work. And when I'm talking about from the marketing's perspective, they're going to be content creation at scale. Non-technical people can engage with data through simple human-like conversations. And we will have a lot of personalization and customized user journeys. And when I talk about myself, I work with some of the top leading marketing agencies, analytic companies in Estonia. I have developed academic courses related to applying artificial intelligence in marketing, training teams and organizations to upskill the people. So for me, this is my passion to bring really the practical knowledge to you today. But what I will not be talking about today is the philosophical dimensions of AI and the future of humanity, although there's interesting topics, right? AI concepts in depth. I will also not be talking about the future of human labor, which is also another question that comes up often, and AI apocalypse. But what we're going to be talking about today is exploring different key AI tools, and alongside with AI real use cases, and then exploration of the most commercially used tool that we all know, ChatGPT, and the functionalities within that. And when I was designing some of the curriculums in the top business schools in Estonia, then I approached them from the function-based approach. And this was related to also develop the terminology around different categories of tools, because of course we know there's so many out there, right? But for the first, let me go back, different ones which I'm going to be covering today are text generators, text to image, and then text to video. And I will be showcasing the examples from Estonia and from the MENA region here. And with text generators, next slide, is I have led business professionals to build like a whole business strategy for their product or service with all of the content on the sales copies that they need, the marketing content for the email campaigns, landing pages, everything for the people who have never even gone through into ChatGPT and taken from the zero to be able to build something like that, having a marketing strategy for their product or service. And one of the tools that I often like to bring up is AI PRM. And what it gives you is the prompt kind of a marketplace, right? And there you can just insert, here I've showcased marketing plan, and just inserting your own details, it will be having the pre-written prompts beforehand, so the information that you need to only apply is your own product or service descriptions. And this is here, you see, just inserting business, product, service, description, maybe even location, and yeah, this is one tool that I always like to share. And when we go to the category of text to image, here I've showcased Midjourney. Of course, we know DALL-E E3, which is available through ChatGPT. But here you see full-on image library done for a product, taking into account their specific brand details and visual tone, how they usually present their products. Another thing, if this would be done in an actual setting where you have to have a team of people in a production house doing the whole foods with the chefs, I just had an amazing use case where one day of a full production day in the production house, taking the pictures, taking, of course, preparing the food and everything. This will take a whole day. This was done an hour to generate specifically, again, cater to the product we see here, and having a whole library. And that's the power of what we see also, content creation being done at scale, right? Another showcase of humans with the Gymshark, again, all of their campaign materials were produced through Midjourney, the library for them to use on their landing pages, on their social media. Yes. Here, another example of how brands can utilize, again, not having any of these pictures are not real from a human, so to say, and that's what we also see. Of course, I value real humans, but just to showcase to you where we are moving, right? How fast, effectively, we can create content at scale. These are the real examples of that. And one more, text to image. When we talk about product demos, you can also use Flare AI, which is one of my favorite tools, to do so, to change the backgrounds, to put them in a different setting. Again, really handy for any kind of a business owner, small or medium-sized business owners, which I'm also focusing on in my everyday work. And text to video. There's going to be a video most probably showcased to you. Yes, thank you. Would have been created in a real production house, right? The expense to produce something like this goes to 10,000, 20,000 at least. But this was all done through Runway ML. And of course, we are in the AI space. We know Sora just came out from OpenAI. So what we're going to be seeing in content creation is already blowing my mind, but what is going to be in the upcoming months, we'll see. And then one more text to video, HeyGen, which is for if you want to create videos personalized to your customers, to onboard them when they have bought your product or a service, or if you have within the teams onboarding videos for your new employees. All of this can be done with HeyGen. And ChatGPT functionalities, I just want to cover them quickly. customized instructions. You don't have to be having, with the paid version, you have the possibility to insert your product or service information, so you don't have to do it every time. And that's one of the key things that I teach also, because brands come often and like, we don't want to lose the essence of our own brand, right? But you can, with the custom instructions to enhance your product content creation. GPT Builder, of course, another paid version functionality, which here, another version of this where we had a small business in Estonia where we built the GPT for them, which helped with their business processes on a daily basis, and amazing results. And also one more, Avian, which was to analyze what I mentioned about being able to, in a simple human-like conversation, ask about your data. Good plugin for that. But now, just key takeaways quickly, because I see I ran out of time. For content creation at scale, develop AI skills, understand the different tools, utilize them, and of course, you can gain a competitive edge with that. Unlocking data insights. Again, engaging with the data, which I showed with Evian, but of course we will have in each product or service, we could have chatbots who are going to be giving us, through these simple questions, the answers to us. And for personalization, creating those unique videos for new clients or onboarding processes for your employees. But thank you, and without further ado, I will actually welcome here on stage with me for the next panel discussion, my esteemed panelists, and for that, we were going to be speaking about navigating leadership in the AI-driven era, and with me will be speaking Kamran Ali, and let me introduce him to you. He's the AI and Analytics Program Manager for MAR at GE Healthcare, and his passion is solving customer problems, and his background with AI will most probably fascinate you, and the real use cases that he will be sharing are going to be really valuable. And then we have Awad Ahmed, who's the head of Artificial Intelligence and Analytics at ADNOC. Again, he will be bringing the enterprise perspective, how they have done risk management, what kind of AI solutions they have built, and also how successfully between C-level executives and the leadership boards, how to create that success when applying artificial intelligence in the customer functions that we have. But please, Kamran. And we have also one more panelist. We had a bit of a changes with the panelists that we had. There's going to be Ali joining with me, but he's going to do the introduction himself. So welcome on stage, Kamran. And yes, thank you. Applause. Thank you. And because I started off with the introductions, Ali, maybe you will take the first.
Thank you, Sandra. So I come as a backup plan, couple of the. So I'm Ali Al-Kontar. I'm the CEO and founder of 0&1. 0&1 is a cloud innovation consulting partner focused on building innovative solutions on top of AWS.
Beautiful, thank you. So just to set the tone for the panel, we are in the new era, so to say, and it's not that only AI is going to be, is just an emerging technology that will be focused on the software of our companies, but it's a transformative force which is shaping the way we work every day. And for us today, we're going to be exploring the opportunities and challenges that you also have encountered throughout your careers. And I would start off right away going into the discussion so we can address the questions also afterwards from you. Kamran, how has the role of a chief information officer changed with the introduction of AI technologies? And what does it mean for the technology leadership within the organization?
Thanks, Sandra. Appreciate it. Look, a lot of stuff has been said about AI here, a lot of good stuff. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to walk us through, three clear areas that we are talking about with our leadership, with our CIOs, with our other leadership folks who are responsible for getting this technology into our business. And the first area is basically what we call the speed. And it's not the speed of deploying the technology. Look, in earlier days, when a software or a platform was being deployed, you would go to a vendor and you can say, I like it, show me your roadmap. And they would say, okay, these are the current features, these are the features coming in 6 months, these are the features coming in 18 months. Like it? Okay, let's start deploying. So what we're seeing right now is we have use cases. We know which large language models to go to. So this is a Gen AI example. What we don't know is, if we go with, let's take an example, Gemini, how that large language model is going to grow in the next 18 months. So there's all talk about it, but the road mapping from a vendor perspective is still coming up. So one of the leadership challenges is work with your vendors, help them understand where your enterprise is going, and try to understand where they are taking their product. And this is a big challenge because a lot of things are still up in the air, they're still in the flux, especially in the Gen AI space. So helping your vendors understand where you are going and helping them make you understand where their product is going. Because it's the speed with which it's changing, it may not jive with your KPIs in 10 months, 12 months, right? So that's one thing. The second thing, and again, I'm going to give another example, which we are seeing is, look, when Microsoft Word was deployed, I don't know, 20, 25, 30 years ago, we knew it's a software, right? It's going to do certain things. And people got used to it. Slowly, slowly, you would train them, and you would give them tips and tricks. Here, when you talk to people about Gen AI solutions, they say, oh, yeah, I know, I've used ChatGPT. It can do this, this, and this. Can our solution do this, this, and this? So you have to do a change management from a leadership perspective. You have to contain the expectations. Right? So that's a challenge that we are seeing. It's very hard. When the users have already experienced the software, it's very hard to contain their expectation. And finally, and this is going to probably relate to a lot of people in the room, which is the actual operationalization. Now, we all talk about DevOps, ML Ops, AI Ops, right? But what we are seeing is the simple methodology of doing agile deployments doesn't work anymore. So in our organization, we have a 6-week cycle of doing agile deployments. So every 6 weeks, new feature comes in. But what we are asking ourselves is, okay, we deploy a model. Every day, are we going to put data in it? And if something goes wrong, it goes in, what's going to happen? So the development methodology from a CIO perspective has to be changed. The simple agile methodology is not going to work anymore. So these are the key areas that we are looking at. Our leadership is talking to us. And these are the key challenges that we are encountering right now as we start deploying our own machine learning models, our own Gen AI models.
Thank you so much. And I would like to ask a question from Abad. Because of the large solutions that you have built and the opportunities that lie in them, so maybe you can share some of the successful models of collaborations also, how you have implemented these large-scale projects within the organization and implementing that AI strategy as well within the organization.
Okay. Yes. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it is our pleasure to be here. So, basically, as you know, I am the head of AI analytics in ADNOC. And oil and gas was always late to the game when it comes to the AI. Usually, retailer, customer-focused entities, usually they are ahead of the game. But what we have noticed in 2017, that we had a management instruction to, if we use data in the right way, we'll be able to generate more revenue, reduce cost, and improve customer experience. So we established the unit of AI, ADNOC Distribution. The unit that I'm heading now, we have almost 15 plus resources. We work closely with the business. The first thing that we do, we sit directly with the executive, understand what is the pinpoint on their operation in their core business. One of the things that we have found as a retail company, we supply fuel, we supply, as you know, ADNOC has more than 600 service stations in UAE, in all cities. So what we do, we implemented a model called Fuel Advanced Demand Prediction that ensures that we don't run out of fuel at any time. So if you visit any of our service station, any day, any time, you will always find the product. In the past, the runout was almost 1%. So there is always opportunity loss that customer did not find the right product, so he can go easily to a competitor, or basically you will have a negative experience. So today we implemented this solution, we reduce the runout, and we ensure that the products are available 24/7. So this successful model has resulted in at least 50 million saving in terms of fuel loss we could have actually lost to competitor. The second important thing that we also did, an advanced model for customer segmentation. So we have more than 2 million customers registered in ADNOC mobile application. Maybe some of you already using it. All the campaigns, the offers are triggered using machine learning and AI. So you will be receiving an offer with the right discount when you are there at the service station. So how we do that? Again, we use AI and machine learning. And with this model, we are able to generate for our marketing business millions of dollars in terms of extra revenue and upselling. So this is just a couple of two examples that I was trying to show that how is the power of AI that really can make difference. And we will carry on in the rest of the session.
Yes. Thank you, Awad. And I would like to now, when we talk about people in the organization, and I know your background, Ali, with education, how can we support that ongoing learning within an organization with these AI advancements that we're seeing across different various fields, right? What are your opinions on that from the leader's perspective?
Well, education in general in our field or in this era has been evolving, but not up to the same speed where organizations and technology is evolving, progressing. So the main focus in organizations as enterprises or SMBs or startup is to have our people up to the level as soon as possible with the newest technologies, right? Because the ultimate goal is to explore how these technologies can improve our efficiencies, can reduce costs, or can create new revenue streams. And it's always one keyword, time to value. So time to value starts with people, because people will put you at that value with the shorter time. So how we can make sure that they are learning as fast as possible new technologies up to date. There are new techniques. It's not about having some course material. It's not about having a professional coming somewhere who've done it and teach people. It's a mix of different things. For example, having a culture of learning and being curious. I've always said curiosity was framed, ignorance killed the cat. So you need to have the culture of learn and be curious within the company as a main value. Having lunch and learns in your organization is something that can help. Having challenges, having hackathons, participating in practical POCs, this is how we usually train our people, especially when they are on the technology side, right? Rather than just getting certified or going to schools. This is okay. But what gets you faster to value, time to value, is doing things like, and then there is a full value chain when I speak about education within organizations. So there's the technical side, but there are all the other sides, the business, the finance people, because now we're talking about AI and Gen AI. If your CFO do not understand the consequences down the line, all your initiatives will be shut down. So this is another type of education when it comes about executive leaders from a cost perspective, from a business impact perspective, and from business outcome perspective. So again, having a business leader's kind of education within new technologies, keeping them on the same page is really is very important, as I think it's more important than downline. The top line is very critical because CEOs will push Gen AI into the agendas without knowing the impact of that from a cost perspective, from a time perspective. So those are some of the things I believe that we should start implementing in our organizations so we can stay up to date in technologies.
Thank you, thank you. And for you, Kamran, I would actually like to, because we had the previous conversation about your son using different AI tools, right? And what kind of specific skills or competences should CEOs focus on developing, leading, first of all, in this AI-driven environment, but also I think it connects somehow to the story that you were telling, yeah?
Yes, it does. And a little bit about the story. So I highly encourage my sons to use ChatGPT or another model when they're doing their homework, which is great. Everybody likes that. But the challenge that comes in is how do you tell them where to stop, how to make sure what they're learning from these tools is actually correct, and how to cross-reference it. And as we deploy some of the solutions in our enterprise, this is exactly the problem that we are facing. So we're doing a deployment for what we call a tender management solution, where a normal tender response takes around 7 days, and our solution would actually bring it down to a couple of hours. The problem is, if you don't answer the tender questions correctly, you're going to get disqualified. But the speed with which the platform returns answers, it's just human nature. You're going to say, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to get the answers, and I'm going to move on to my next task. So this all falls from a leadership perspective on change management, constant training, and building up a framework where you continuously train your employees to tell them what to believe, what not to believe, and how to have a benchmark. We don't have an answer for that right now. Right? Everybody is talking about it, it's ethical AI and all that stuff, which is great, but there is no final framework yet out there which you can actually give in writing form to your employees and say, this is how you validate or evaluate the answers coming from the model. It's a lot of personal learning, it's a lot of training, so that challenge remains. But as leaders, we have to keep an open eye and very strict regulation as much as we can around how people are using this information that's coming out of the AI tools.
Yes, and also understanding the terminology, right? When we talk about hallucinations and just raising awareness overall, right, within the organization. But I would like to now bring in the question that is on top of many leaders' minds, which is ethical AI usage, and when we build those large-scale projects, right, the bias, all of these things, what are some of the measures, and that's for the general questions for the whole panel, what are the measurements for the risk management, although us striving towards that innovation, but some of the practical examples for the leaders to think? Maybe Ali, starting from there.
Okay, so when we speak ethical AI, of course, in general, what Kamran was mentioning, we don't have yet ready frameworks. We are developing those frameworks. But for us, it's about 3 different pillars that we need to keep an eye, and that's come along with your question, which is, are you AI ready from a data perspective, from a security perspective, and from principles perspective? And that's when ethics fits in. But ethics fits in if your data is already fitting in. So is your data unbiased? Is your data clean? Do you have a quality of your data? Because this can lead to that. But we need to solve all the different layers before we come up to the process. So everything is about people, technology, and processes. We have the technology. We are trying to educate our people. We are building processes. But it's only when all these 3 comes to certain standardization, education, awareness, and we have kind of frameworks that is governing this. Because today, you can enforce process. It is as good as the users or the abusers. Let's put it this way. You can ask ChatGPT today a question and it won't answer, but you can reverse the question and it would give you the negated answer, which is technically giving you the answer, right? So it's more about more controls in how we are building those LLMs or training those LLMs, what we call guardrails. The same with every technology. We start with an innovation and then we discover that we need guardrails. We need policies somewhere.
Beautiful. I agree with many points. Awad, maybe you can showcase and bring examples from ADNOC, how you do your risk management when it comes to the different AI solutions that you develop.
So basically, we started with a large awareness program in the company. How you use data in order to generate revenue, how you use data to reduce OPEX, and so on. So the most successful model that we have found is basically building something called Center of Excellence. AI and Analytics Center of Excellence. So basically, this is a group of vice presidents and chiefs from the same analytic mindset who sits and meet in a monthly basis or fortnightly and discuss use cases and how these use cases can impact the business. So we take into account two things. We discuss use cases that have a direct bottom line to the business, and we discuss cases that help us to reduce risks. For example, in oil and gas, one of the major things is the fraud. There could be a lot of cases, same like the bank, fraud of oil. When you transport the oil from the depot to the service station, there could be cases of fraud, leakage, wastage, other things. And these, in a small percentage, equal to millions of dollars. So these topics are highlighted at the CEO level. We take into account the data. We show them the full cycle. From the start till end, you see them in a dashboard as a flow where the data is shipped. And of course, data has high quality data we're talking about. It's transactional data from the system originated. And with this tracking, we are able to reduce risks and fraud, which equal to millions of dollars. A small percentage in a business like oil and gas, that's billions of dollars. So this is just one of the things to mitigate. But more important, as I mentioned, and our colleagues talks about, training and awareness to the top line of the C levels are very important to understand the potential of AI, insights, and using that into the business to actually drive productivity and performance. And the concept of Center of Excellence is something that we have seen in BP, in Shell. We applied the same in ADNOC. And with that, I am personally, with my team, using that body, which is Center of Excellence. We are able to drive a lot of use cases. We are able to fund our machine learning use cases. We are able to hire our resources, all under that central umbrella.
Thank you. And maybe last word for you for some of the strategies that you have in place for the risk management when we talk about the...
Yeah, so this is interesting and the right question at the right time. So one thing that is sort of a personal initiative in the organization is, I don't like to call it artificial intelligence. What we're trying to bring up a culture is that it's assistive intelligence. So when people realize that it's an assistant to you, then naturally you would say, I'll check its work. And that's where you start mitigating the risk first in people's minds, right? When they realize what it's saying is not as good as I know, but I may be slow, it's just fast, right? So it's assisting me, right? So it's assistive intelligence is the term that we start using and start working towards mitigating all the risks that come, because the risks come from how people behave with it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. That's an interesting alarm. I think that's for us. But thank you, panelists, for joining me, and hopefully you gained some insights, valuable insights for yourself, how to navigate in this AI-driven environment that we're in as leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the future of leadership in an AI-driven era. Moving on to the first set of awards for the day. indeed the most prestigious, the Badge of Honor. The Badge of Honor is a token of acknowledgement and to honor a group of trailblazers whose projects and accomplishments have earned them recognition in the esteemed pages of the Titans, the CIO magazine. As we say that not everyone makes it to the Titans, but these exceptional individuals have proven themselves to be leaders in their fields. I would like to call upon Ronak Samantre, CEO, to present the Badge of Honor. Let's get started with the first award of the day. Kashif Rashid, Union Co-op. Next up, Shridin Prasad, Cure Medical Centers, Cure Pharmacy and Al Nukba Medical Centers. Linish Kannan, Western International Group. Next up, Makarim Maulana, Icarus Gulf. Bharti Masal Lamani, Axiom Group of Companies. Abdul Rahman Khaiwi, Emirates National School. Next up, we have Mohammad Naeemuddin Akhtar, Neurospinal Hospital. Next, Vivin Bhovani, LSD Open Middle East. Christopher Roland, German energy consultant. Next we have Vishal Anand, Jumeirah Group. Vishal Anand, Jumeirah Group. Next, Faratullah Khan, Holdings Company. Next up, we have Adam Lalani, GCC Services. Next, Mubarak Hussain, Bloom Holding. The final badge of honor, Robert Parinas, Hutchison Ports Ajman. congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you, Vidushi, and again, congratulations to all the Titans. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, and just before we move on, we would like to take this moment to thank our sponsors, without whose support this event would not have been possible. Platinum partner, Mindware, Dell Technologies. Gold partner, Ingram, HP, Aruba, and 0N1. Silver partner, Swiss GRC. Pure Storage, Ensure Services. Logicom, Lenovo. NetApp, Ingram Micro. Exhibition partner, Paisler, Creatio, F9 Infotech, Itcan, and Eguardian. Supporting partner, Texala, Aspis. Registration partner, Pseudo Consultants. Strategic partner, CAS. Metaverse and mobile app partner, Metao. Security partner, Cyber Hub. Knowledge partner, LIT. Media partners, Enterprise Channel, Cyber Sentinels, The Titans, and Business Transformation, in association with the Global CIO Forum, managed by Brand Voice and brought to you by GEC Media Group. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, thank you to all our sponsors. Moving on, without further ado, I would like to introduce someone who is an expert in keynotes, as I would say. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's call up on stage Ali Alcontar, founder and CEO, 0N1.
In 1860s to 70s, one of the most famous people in the United States was not American. And he was French. Excuse my French, but his name was Jean-François Gravelet, who was better known for his stage name. And his stage name was the Great Blondin. So what was great about Blondin? Blondin was an acrobat and a tightrope walker. But he did something that nobody ever dared to do before. He threw a 2-inch rope across the beautiful, dangerous Niagara Falls and walked across safely with 25,000 people in attendance. So he gained a lot of fame. He was coming back again and again, daring people, new challenges. Every challenge was successful. One day, one of his crossings, all these people around the Niagara Falls, the rope is there, and he was calming the audience down, and he said, I am going to do something super daring that I've never done before. Do you believe me? And everyone was like, we believe. I am going to put one of you on my back and cross Niagara Falls. Do you believe me? We believe. He smiled. He looked into the audience and he said, who's gonna be that one? And then there was silence. His manager moved forward and he put him on his back and he crossed it successfully. It was very hurtful for Blondin because nobody lined up. And when I read that story, I was like, why nobody did line up? It was a historical moment. This guy was trusted. It couldn't be that the people didn't trust the guy. They trusted him. They've seen him tens of times. They've done it every time successfully. More daring. It couldn't be that they didn't trust him, right? And when he asked, he said, we believe. There was something. When I reflected on that story, it was, I believe, people didn't believe in themselves. And they missed a major concept in life and leadership, which is leadership starts from within, from leading the self. And if you're not ready to lead from yourself first, cannot lead people. So you need to learn how to lead yourself first. I've been mentored, I've served with the great leaders across the years of my professional career, and I've been researching a lot about leadership. So I came up with 3 commitments that exceptional leaders commit to lead themselves so they can lead others. The first of the 3 commitments is exceptional leaders do value consistency over intensity. In today's world, we hear a lot of stories about epidemics of people being stressed, about traumas, about tensions, about people unhappy. Yes, we know it all. It's a stressful life. It's a lot happening. But a lot of reasons, right? But one of the unspoken reasons is we are jumping into everything, whether it's a new task, it's an activity, it's a job, it's a relation, it's a class, as if it's the last. We are overestimating what we can do in a short term and underestimating what we can do in a longer term. And this is causing a lot of us to burn out, a lot of us to be unhappy, to be unsatisfied. Exceptional leaders know that leadership and self-leadership is a long game. They believe in doing small things every day in a consistent way, and by this, they will by far surpass any kind of intensity in the work. Yes, intensity is needed sometimes, but if you are burning out, if you are 100% every day, I would invite you, I would dare you today to take a step back, take a long view about the future and how you can do much more by being consistent rather than being intense. And one day, this will change your well-being. So this takes me to the second commitment of exceptional leaders, which is being motivated by higher standards rather than shame. Motivation is another word of energy. We all need energy to do things, to do big things. We need that energy. I need the energy to walk on the stage in front of you. Everyone has to be motivated by something. But the question is, what motivates you? That's the question. Are you motivated by higher standards? Are you motivated by being the better version of yourself tomorrow? Are you motivated by the things you know you are not capable to do today, but you will tomorrow? Are you motivated by achieving your dreams? Or are you motivated by the need to please others? The need to prove yourself for others? Technically, whether you are coming from this school or that school, on the outer side, will achieve. And apparently, from the outer look, it looks the same. But it's way different from the inside. It's a different path, and it's a different destiny. I learned this from a personal story. When I was 18, my grandfather, who was like same for me as my dad, had a bone cancer. And it was deadly, and it was like few months down the line, and we're gonna lose our grandfather. So he moved to our place, and it was my mom who's taking good care of him, and I took my shifts. So one day I broke a promise, and I was driving back home late, skipping my shift, and I was hoping that my mom won't see me. I will get in slowly, silently, slip in, sleep, and we postpone till tomorrow. My heart was beating like thousands beats per second when I heard the master bedroom door opens, and I saw my mom. She was tired. She looked into my face. I was scared, but she didn't shout. She was not angry. She just looked there and she said, "Your grandpa is dying there." She was in tears. Is this the best you can do? Is this the best you can do? She left and went to her bed. I don't deny, I felt destroyed, disconnected. I felt shameful in the moment. Few days, few weeks after reflecting, I recalled this incident. My mom didn't shame me when she said, "Is this the best you can do?" She was inviting me for higher standards. She was giving me an open invitation to be the better version of myself, because my mom believed I will be a more compassionate person in the future. Because my mom believed I'm gonna be a smarter person tomorrow. My mom believed that I might be on the stage one day in front of all esteemed audience like you. My mom believed, because she was not putting me against perfection. She was not pushing me towards performing every day, but rather than having higher standards. And when I realized I couldn't be anything but grateful. And this takes me to the third commitment, where exceptional leaders practice gratitude every day. Yes, practice intentional. Not feel, practice. We feel gratitude every day, especially when we achieve, when we get promoted, when we are successful, when we are always grateful in the good times. But we need to practice gratitude. That means practicing gratitude even when the times are tough, even when we are in hard times. Are you grateful? I don't want you to be grateful for the hard times or for the bad situations, but we should be people of gratitude. When you are practicing gratitude in all, that means in the good and in the bad, in all, when we are practicing gratitude, two things will happen. Mark my words on that. One, you will start discovering a pattern, because gratitude in your life, everywhere and all, will build a pattern, and this pattern will enlighten your path, and then you will see something different happening. Instead of you taking that job, you will feel that you are going for a new mission. The second thing, you will be generous. You can never practice gratitude and not be generous. I'm not talking about giving as in financial matters. You should be generous in your mind, generous in the thought, generous in your contribution towards the community, towards the society. We need everyone to be as at his best, most beautiful shape. In 2024, the world needs everyone around to be at his best. We need to be generous collaboratively together. Committing to consistency over intensity so we don't get burnout. And then valuing higher standards instead of a shameful mindset where we are looking for perfection. And practicing gratitude while doing all of this. If we're doing all of this, I will hope that one day someone would come to you, will ask you the question, is this the best you can do? You will just stand there, compassionately, full of love, and answer to their face with a huge affirmation, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. I must say, some great storytelling there. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving to the first HR panel discussion of our event today and of our event ever. The topic for this panel is what HR professionals need to know. This panel will be moderated by Angie Safi, Head of TA Operations, GE Vernova. The panelists for this session will be Sana Qureshi, Group HR Head Midstar, Kabira Botoporia, Head of HR JLL, Dr. Zahir Malik, CHRO Noble Group, Emmeline Galvo, Senior Manager, Hukma Tamaki, Fajis Musa, HR Operation Manager, Nesto Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands in welcoming the moderator and panelists to the stage.
Do I have to turn this on? No, there I am. Can you guys all see me? Speaking to you more than I'm speaking to the audience. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thanks for having us today. My name is Angie. I'll be moderating amongst some peers on the first HR topic, which is very exciting. Can I ask a question, just so I understand the audience a little bit? Who here is in the HR space? Just show of hands. Okay. So 2. Who here manages people? Okay. So you're all in the HR space, right? So we all manage human capital, whether you're a direct manager or you're in HR directly. So today's topic that we're going to be talking about is AI trends and what HR professionals need to know. So we're all HR professionals, we've established that. So I'm amongst some really great peers at the moment. We've got a CHRO, we've got operations, we've got head of HR for various organizations. I used to live in the HR world as a business partner, so supporting leaders across GE, or the old GE. Now I work for GE Vernova. So I've moved into the talent acquisition space as a HR operations leader. So the concept of AI has been a very interesting topic. So I'm looking to explore it personally and to get some advice from some peers. And also, we really would love this conversation to be a little bit more interactive. So if there are any questions throughout this discussion, please put your hand up, we'll get you a mic and we can follow through with some questions as well. So the first question I have is for Dr. Zakir. We are speaking a lot about the AI era. Previously, we spoke a lot about the remote working era. I think we were forced to quite a bit during the COVID era. Remote working has come to life, and it's something that's staying. We need to look at enabling our employees to be obviously productive, happy, all those sorts of things. So the question I have for you is, what recommendations do you have to effectively manage an engaged workforce, especially in that remote working landscape?
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Interesting, so it's remote working, but at the same time, it is working together only. So first is the mindset. We need to keep the mindset clear. These people who are working remotely are working with us only. Many a times, we exclude them that they are the part of the team. Sometimes they are forgotten just because they are distance. So that is the mindset first we need to frame. Secondly, I would start with, keeping certain SLAs for the people who are working remotely. So there should be a well-defined service level agreements. They need to be induced properly of what is expected out of them, and then they could be aligned onto the deliverables. If that has been done, of course, it's important that we regularly keep them engaged because, as I mentioned, they are distance, but they are the part of the team. So you need to engage them on a regular basis, otherwise they would get excluded. So somehow we need to be very much engaging during the conversations on and off whenever it has been required. So they become the part of the team, what the conversation is happening back office, at the corporate, at the office setup needs to be conveyed. So they are aligned with what has been expected out of the team. Moving ahead, you could have different technologies. You could leverage different technological aspects. I wouldn't like to name them on this forum, but probably let's say Teams, Microsoft Teams, right? So the better way to do it is rather than only email communication or written down communication, it is more better that we make it interactive. More than audio, I would say video. So, audio video calls are the better way to do it. Once in a day, just get to them and have a call, maybe 5 minutes, not a problem. But then by that, they will be really engaged. They are there, they feel that yes, they have been the part of the group. So engagement perspective, probably I would suggest use an AV rather than just emails or writing form of a technology. Continuous communication. So, they need to be continuously reiterated in terms of what has been expected out of them so that again they are aligned to what the goals and objectives are there. Transparency, be transparent to them, what is going on. Don't hide the information because, when we are in a workplace, there's something called grapevine. So wherein at the coffee places and all that, you come to know what's happening. All of us do that, correct? Let's agree to that. But by that, what happens is, it also is a form of, creating a collaboration. You come near to people, let it be grapevine. So it's again a form which is missed out when people are working from distance. Moving ahead, in terms of, there need to be a focused approach. Their KPIs or probably what is expected out of them needs to be clearly defined, needs to be announced on a very transparent note. So again, they become responsible. Being in a remote environment, sometimes, you fall into a trap, I would say, losing the focus. So it is important that we keep them aligned onto that track as well. Provide them support regularly, what they need, what are they looking for, probably some form of trainings they require, probably some form of information they require. So just because they are distance, don't just let them lose. They probably need more than people who are in the work environment. So provide them support, find out if they need some training across, and keep across giving on to those aspects that is required. What else? In terms of continuous feedback, keep sharing the feedback, monitor their performance, monitor what they are expected out of it, tell them where they have done good job. You can do an online appraisal, you can do an online engagement activity, you can praise them, At the same time, if they are disaligned to the goal, you need to tell them where they need to get alignment. So continuous feedback is again a very important aspect. Wellness, I would put it in a way like, the blue screen is always scary at times. So you need to make sure that they are also engaged. You could give them some leverage in terms of meetings, breaks, to have some form of casual chit-chat as well. Don't be very strict. A little bit of a casualness, allowable casualness is something that should be promoted, especially to people who are working at the remote space. Trust, most equally important, because just because someone is working remotely or just because someone is working from home doesn't mean that they are not producing output. So don't have trust issues. The biggest element of productivity that reduces productivity, or I would say hindrance to the productivity, biggest, which I would say in my 27 years of my learning, is micromanagement. Please don't get into the trap of counting hours, how many hours the person is working. Where is he? What is he doing? Just look at what the deliverables are. If the deliverables are in place, that's it. We had it. Why do people come to work? To produce, to change the shape of value of the product that they are engaged in. It could be service, it could be any of that thing. So till the time that is aligned, so trust is something very, very important. Otherwise, again, distrust will create, a very much disalignment into the people's output and productivity.
Amazing.
So,
Dr.
these are the
Zakir,
few
I
of the
might
things.
just have to interrupt. I'm looking at a timer that says 12 minutes, so I feel like I'm on the Amazing Race, so I want to make sure everyone gets some time to contribute to the questions. Amy, what are your thoughts on, engagement and making sure that remote teams are feeling engaged with all these AI technology advancements? I mean, we heard from Dr. Zakir. It's all about including that human capital side of things as well as the technology.
Yeah, and adding to Mr. Zakir's points, I would like to highlight that the responsibility also of the employees to take the data privacy where they are working. So we need to identify the right place to work. We know that we normally work from home, but some of the cases we used to have that one in somewhere where we are convenient to work.
Yeah, without a doubt. Thank you so much. I'm going to move a little bit more to integration of the tools and the AI that we're talking about, especially in that HR landscape. You can talk about talent acquisition, you can talk about operations, which we will in a little bit. But how do we seamlessly, I love this question, seamlessly, how do you do anything seamlessly with the rapid advancements of AI? But Sana, this question's to you. How do we integrate?
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to everybody present here. So I have a question. Who remembers what Uncle Ben told Peter in the movie Spider-Man? Anybody remembers? A very famous quote. Yeah? Exactly. So who's becoming more powerful here? AI. But who is responsible? Who's going to be responsible? Are we going to ask machines to be responsible? No, we humans. We have to be responsible. We have to stay ahead always of the AI. I remember a lot of discussions were happening about ChatGPT, and it's very funny because the first time when I was introduced to ChatGPT was through my 7-year-old son. And he said, Mama, do you know about ChatGPT? I said, yeah, I have read a little bit in the news, the ChatGPT, and of course, what kind of tool it is and what it enables in terms of technology. So I pretended by saying, no, I don't know. He said, let me show it to you. So he opened the app, and he said, let me ask ChatGPT a question. And I said, okay, let me see, what question are you going to ask? And the question that he asked was, should I love my mom more or my dad? So a 7-year-old is asking ChatGPT a sensitive question, a very, very sensitive question, right? So who's responsible here? We are responsible. We have to control it. Governments are responsible. I think governments should really act in creating policies and guidelines for organizations, for people like ourselves, the human resources, who will, that would help us to also guide our employees, our organizations. So it's also a culture, I would say, Angie, it's also a culture. So what is that you want in your organization? Do you want to replace humans by machine? Or do you want to enhance the efficiency of human beings? Do you want machines to help humans to do better, to perform better? So it's also, it's an organizational outlook. How do they look at it? Do they want to replace humans? I think it's a very ethical judgment. And a lot of things, humans will be required. Why? Because, emotional well-being, ethical decisions. You cannot, machines will never be able to replace humans. If you see in our generations, like, when we were younger, there were televisions which looked different. There were those, tape recorders which were very different. Today, it has enhanced. It has become better, but it hasn't replaced it. So similarly, we have to understand that AI is not here to replace human beings. AI is here to help human beings, but again, the responsibility and the control lies with us, the humans. We need to understand how much power do we give it, or where do we put the specific controls. Yeah.
Awesome. I think that's a really good segue in relation to strategy and how implementation is really key to the successful integration of any AI tools or any AI advancement. Fajis, this is your question, I think. Considering that you're in the operations space, what sort of strategies have you implemented or are thinking about? And then maybe the secondary question is around process, about enabling our employees to use it ethically in the right ways.
Yes, good morning, everyone. So I'm considering the time, so my panelists. So when I am here for the welcome speech, Ronak, he did the welcome speech here, so I was listening like, we were on the third transformation of technology from on-premises to cloud, then now in AI. The same way in HR, we are in fourth transformation. Like at the first phase, the HR were considering just like a discipline, management discipline. In the next, the HR activities were considering like HRIS, the second transformation like HRMS, Human Resource Management System. Then in the third transformation, it was considering like HRIS, Human Resource Information System. Now we are considering as HCM, Human Capital Management System. So we are on the fourth transformation phase of HR. Now we are discussing about AI, the capabilities and challenges. So in my experience, I am handling HR operations. We are closely working with stakeholders and employees. So what I understood, when the stakeholders are seeking the AI or any technology in industry, so they were observing the industry, they were observing the performances. When the industry are getting less employee return on investment, they were thinking about AI. When the high employee turnover are getting in an industry, the stakeholders are thinking about AI and other technologies. Then when the stakeholders are feeling there is lack of cultural collaboration, they are thinking about AI and other technologies. The next and finally, when they are trying to control the cost by remote work nature, they are thinking about technologies. At the same time, as an HR professionals, we have to think when we are implementing AI in industry, we have to ensure scalability and accessibility. Then we have to ensure the customization and personalization. Then we have to ensure, as management expect, cost effectiveness, and we have to ensure the integration of other systems. In business industry, in every organization will have the multiple systems. When we are going to implement the technology or AI for people management, we have to ensure the integration is possible everywhere across in industry. So this is the things we have to ensure from HR side. So when we are looking the possibilities learning management system through AI, we have multiple options. I am summarizing the speech. Like we can promote the classroom trainings with virtual scenario. Then in the modern world, we have the provision for learning management system, micro learning system. It's purely modernized system. But I am recommending blended learning management system. We have to consider classroom with the support of artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality. Then we have to blend classroom training with AI tools. At the same time, we have to consider the modernized tools. So this is what I am recommending. That is the blended type of LMS we have to consider for the pupil capability enhancement. So we have the threads as a pupil, but we have to adopt the technology for the enhancement of pupil, and we have to ensure the profitability of business on management expectations.
Thank
so
you so much.
this is what I can.
Perfect.
Sorry, Angie, just to add here, Zakir also spoke about, work from home and the kind of a concept on that. But in my opinion, I think this is kind of a curve which is coming down. It's kind of dying now, this concept of, virtual working, because a lot of meetings that we took place, like last week, I had a meeting with one of the business units and I said, let's do it online. And they said, no, let's add a human touch to it, I mean, a lot of times when there are online meetings and the camera is not on, at the back end, you're either, looking something on your social media or you're not listening. It doesn't have 100% engagement. So I would like to say that, when it comes from face-to-face learning to the in-person, it's very different.
Without a
And the human touch needs to be there. Yeah.
Kabiri, you've got 44 seconds.
I know.
And the timer's going to go off, but you're not going to stop talking because it's going to be like the Oscars, okay? We'll just go over.
So I'm just going to try to sum up a few things. I absolutely agree that, and no one can deny that AI is coming, but it's all about we as people, who have people responsibility, how do we use it to our best of ability while keeping the security, while keeping the thresholds of, protecting the GDPR and things like that in mind. As a HR professional, one thing which I feel has helped a lot to me in my personal work when I'm discussing with my business stakeholders is about giving them authentic data. How do you give holistic data by using this technology and pulling that data, whether it is related to attrition. You want to understand as to why the attrition is happening and what do you do with it and how do you help the business to make an informed decision. Or whether you're talking about talent retention and you're looking at the data to see where are your big bets, how are they, what are they looking for, what is their motivation, how do you work around. So in my thinking, what I think is, as Zakir said and some of my colleagues said, it's a blended approach. You definitely need to be aware, engage, and open to taking on all the tools which are available, but at the same time, being mindful about what you should be using and how you should be using. Secondly, something which we did in JLL, we do it very rigorously, is about educating employees and the leaders about how to use the data. the security, the training. It's very important to make them aware that when you're using the data, when you're in an open forum, how do you protect your data or how do you use the data, and you make sure that only relevant data is disclosed. So things like this is not only about HR taking responsibility or managers taking responsibility. I think in the holistic way, to make it successful and to have the tool used in the right way, it's more important to have the sort of alignment and constant conversation, transparency in the organization to make sure that, yes, the tools are available, yes, you can use them, but what are the do's and don'ts? And be open about it, make it mandatory training when it comes to security trainings. And coming on the topic of GPT, yes, that's a tool which even my children use it quite often, but something which I try to educate them is do not lose your creativity, your innovation while using a tool. Tool is a tool. It will give you a data which is, it's going to have certain algorithms behind it and it's going to give you the data. But it's all about how you bring that touch, which is the most important. And in today's world or in anywhere, people is our human capital, which makes an organization successful. So it's best to always have that human touch along the way, if that helps.
Thank you so much. I have to wrap it up abruptly, so I apologize. We'll be here today, so we'll be floating. If there are any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to any one of us to extend the conversation a little bit further. I've taken it upon myself to offer this on behalf of all of us. So thank you so much for your time. I apologize there was no time for Q&A, so hopefully we'll chat further soon.
Thank you, moderator and panelists. Next, we have with us another keynote from someone who is recognized for their effective expertise in designing and validating technical projects. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please welcome on stage Karthikeyan
Thank you so much. I'll speak to you soon.
Is the mic clear? Okay, now I can hear myself. That's not an AI picture, trust you me. The photographer really worked hard on my photograph. Okay, I had no idea HR also uses AI. Now I need to find out what they exactly do because I work from home 70% of the time. So I really, I'm a bit anxious now what they try to find out. So my topic today is a little out of the box here because since morning I'm hearing the keynote. It was all beautiful, a lot of learning since morning, what AI is really doing. But what I wanted to talk about is IT operations experience, right? I am not an AI expert. I'm not a data scientist. I see myself as a consumer for the IT operations, right? I use AI to understand how I can better things, and that's the whole idea I want to present this 15 minutes. What are we doing? Oh, the time has changed to 11 minutes now. Okay. Quickly then, with the stats, because this is a very good understanding from a market research that Emerald Research Group have done. And you can see 70% of the customers globally are moving towards digital transformation, but at the same time, they're also looking into AI to help them into the transformation journey, right? And I can just ask one question in this audience. How many of you are IT CIOs, CEOs? Perfect. And how much of you have already started thinking about digital transformation, or you already are in that journey, but also using AI? Right. Okay, so it will be an interesting topic for me. So yeah, this is a stats which I want to start with, but there is a grassroots problem here, right? We all talk about AI, we are learning some new things in today's sessions, but the grassroots problem, or the reality is, these 4 topics, right? This is where things are really, really changing because we have vision as CIOs and CEOs. You have visions that you want to accommodate to, but these challenges or these realities makes it a pause for us to moving forward, right? And I hope you all agree with these 4 points, or there could be more which I can't fit into the slides. But first thing, it starts with expertise, cost, pressure to IT to do more work in less time, right? And these are the things which actually want us to change the dynamics. We want to introduce digital transformation and AI so that we can solve this problem, right? And that's one of the reasons AI is now stepping us, into IT, but the conversations that we were having for a lot of years was IT is AI operations, right? AI ops. But that was not enough because that was a very general terminology. Artificial intelligent operation was a very general terminology. So Gartner and other market analysts out there, they came with a terminology called AI networking. So what is AI networking that we are all looking into? And I saw a lot of hands that was raised. I'm not sure you have heard about this terminology or you're already using it, but AI networking mainly focuses on a very strong, intuitive way into the wireless technology, your wired, your switching, your WAN, your security, but also the user experience, right? We all walk into this place today. First thing that we want to do is connect to a network that can help us connect to the outer world. Whether it's Wi-Fi or you're using your own personal 5G, 4G, doesn't matter, but we all have to be connected, right? Can I ask you, any one of you can stay without your phone for 2 days? See, they cut me. That's what happens, right? We are so addicted to it. Even for a second, we want to be peeked into it. Am I right? Yeah? So this is what happens, and that's where I think we need to have technologies that can help us to better our user experience. And that's a very important part that I want to lead this conversation with AI networking. And we all heard about AI today, and a lot of people, and I think the market, maybe more than 50%, I'm not accurate on the percentage, but they see AI as one negative element, right? So trustworthy AI is something that every vendor, every customer, every partner are looking to feed into the technology to bring the outcome outside. So what is this trustworthy AI? What is the need of the hour today? It's about the reliability of the technology we are going to use. It's the outcome we are going to make sure that that's the way I am going to use the data in a very proper way. The outcome that can help me with the right use cases, but at the same time, bring that user experience from our organizations, right? We are talking about sustainability. We are talking about reality. And that's where trustworthy AI is important in today's world, right? And when we see that we all talk about data, Google has data, Microsoft has data, that's true. But how many of that data is being used in the right way? And that's where I think IT operations or AI networking is focusing on that one element called trustworthy AI and bringing the right value that our customers can use, right? So what I want to do here is, I'm talking too much about AI, but what is the reality? How AI fits into action? What is AI networking really doing? So I want to take some experience, share with you all 3 use cases that really fits into our day-to-day lives, right? As I said, wireless, and you all are CIOs, CEOs, you love technology. That's why you all are here, to understand what is the future. But what I'm going to talk about is something that we are already doing today, right? All the vendors out there, all the customers out there, and that's what has changed how we started operating. And this is some of the problems, right? And one of the main connectivity platform today is wireless. That's why I'm taking the use case of wireless. 99% of our devices connect on wireless, whether you're in office, you're home. Wireless means wireless networks, which is your access points, or also the 5G. So I'm not differentiating that. But this year, the example is more or less on the wireless technology that we connect in our offices, in our home, and not use the 5G and 4G. So these are some of the problems. And if one problem comes, think about a banking customer. They're going into a project that they need to roll out, and when they're going to roll out 12 hours before it, there is a glitch on the network, right? How many of you have experienced that you have solved that glitch or that issue in less than 5 minutes? Anybody here who have found an issue and you have solved it in 5 minutes? It's okay. I'll not ask you what exactly you have done, but the reality is it's not possible, because to find the root cause itself, will take you more than 10 minutes. By the time we understand the problem, the issue has already gone to its peak, and then comes the firefighting. We start turning off the products. We start checking where we don't have to check. So finding the root cause is a problem, right? It's like finding a needle in the haystack. And there is not only one problem. Application issue can also lead to Wi-Fi problem. Your slowness can also lead to Wi-Fi problem. So we cannot pinpoint on one thing. And that's where AI makes that thing possible, right? In a normal day, a problem happens. This is what we follow. Immediately call the tax support. Try to find or raise a ticket. Tax support will spend maybe a half a day with you just getting the logs. Once the log is sent, it is then executed by them to find the root cause, and then the solution is coming, right? Depends upon the problem. It can be solved in 10 minutes, or it can take 10 days, right? I've been working in TAC since my early days, and I know what I used to do. So I'm talking the reality, right? So this exact flow is not something we are used to it, but this is not something we are in the need of today's world, right? Because it's so, everything that we touch today as a project or as a solution, we want immediate results, right? So what AI has done is, instead of all that processes I'm talking about, that TAC is going to be, the ticket is going to be open, TAC will analyze. Today we have technology like AI that can understand the problem immediately, tell IT operations it's not a wireless problem, the problem is coming from something else, that exact server or exact application that you need to go and check, right? Let's take one example. Our wireless devices are called smartphones and smart devices, right? They use the word smart. In the real world, it's not smart. So you see this example here. By default, all your phones, when you enter this property, by default, it connects to one of the wireless technology, which is 2.4 or 5 gigahertz, right? We also have the 6 gigahertz. But what happens as soon as you walk inside this room, there are a lot of access points outside in the corridor. The devices will still have a sticky connectivity, which makes your performance slower and poorer. But we don't understand that because this is a natural behavior of our smartphones, right? But now, because of the AI technology, we can go deep into it, understand the client behavior, and based on that, their location, where they are, if there is a closest access point nearby, we can transfer them to the new access point, and even the client will not come to know, right? And this is where I think the things are getting better and better, but there are a lot of data getting analyzed at the back end to do this task. For us, it's just a minute task. But the amount of data we collect and understand the practice is what the AI is doing at the back end. The other use case is, again, something which is really into sustainability. We all walk into this room today. The Wi-Fi is full on. Every access point takes close to 20 watts of power. Think about this building has close to 500 access points. There is a huge cost that we spend, right? The electricity bill, it goes to the switch. And IT, we all know how much the electricity bill it comes to. This technology, what it's doing is APs go into 2 different modes or 3 different modes. Full capacity when the room is fully occupied. Once we all walk out, in the real world today, it doesn't happen. The AP still remains on the 21 watt power, even if this room is empty. But what we have done now is made that AP half capacity. Automatically, we all walk out of this room. But if the AP knows that it's 6 p.m., and this room is not going to be booked again till the next 24 hours, it will go to deep sleep mode, which is only 2 watts of power. You also get a representation on the screen, which are your APs, which is on full capacity or low capacity or no capacity, right? This actual demonstration saves close to 35 to 40% of your energy cost. And this is some of the tools that we use to understand how many APs you have, but directly representing your sustainability goals. And this is where I think IT operations need to think how you can take it to the next step, how you can bring automation into this practice of making AI work for you rather than you counting on the AI to make some kind of a rapid design, right? And the last use case I want to bring is number of man-hours. Tell me how many of you get panicked when there is a software upgrade on your network? Okay? Give me just 2 minutes. This is a serious issue, and one of our banking customers, a global banking customers, close to 7,500 branches, they used to spend close to 600 man-hours whenever there is an upgrade. 600 man-hours. Today, because of AI, that 600 man-hours is dropped to 5 hours. A global customer, I'm talking about 7,500 plus branches, ATM machines, everything. Why it's possible? Because of AI. The AI is understanding what's happening. The golden template that we used to do when we have an upgrade, take a downtime, make sure your SLA is compiled, make sure your software is ready, everything, your engineer is ready. One small mistake can change all your planning. But here, it's a proactive approach that really makes the value of AI, where this information can make your life easy, your sleepless nights that you do, is just gone out of your picture. And that's where I think there are many use cases and outcomes that we can talk about. We have a stand outside. If you are interested, let's have a conversation. But these are the use cases that IT is looking for today to make the right use of AI or AI networking and bring value. 4 strong pillars that really make AI very, very stronger. I'll not go through it because I'm out of time. I only got 4 minutes minus, so I have to cover it up for the team. So yeah, they have different use cases. I'm outside. I'll be at my booth. Let's have a conversation if you really think that you need support from AI perspective, and we can have that brainstorming that we all like to do. Okay? With that, thank you, and have a lovely day.
Thank you, Karthikeyan, for a delighting and enlightening session. Next in row, we have the most awaited awards category in place, the CIO Catalyst Awards. The CIO Catalyst Awards are the most sought-after title in the industry. They're geared up to acknowledge and celebrate the innovators in the industry who have been enhancing the brand and the reputation of their organization. So I would like to call upon Anushree Dikshit, Global Head, Content and Strategic Alliances, to present the awards. To begin with, we have Sunil Kumar Nair, Alain University. Next, George Akras, AMSI. Next up, Abdul Rahman Khaiwi, Emirates National Schools. Next in line, Joseph Netikadan, Isol Education. Next up, Yasim Al-Fasi, Perfect Purity. Up next, Yusuf Uday, Emirates Driving Institute. Next in row, Prasina Santhanam, Bloom Education. Srijit Chakrabarti, GEMS Education. Next up, Mohammad Rasool Al Saidat, University of Sharjah. Joseph Aninas, Abu Dhabi University. May Al-Baraki, University of Wollongong in Dubai. Next, Jacob Matthew, Government of Abu Dhabi entity. Next, Anas Al Tahir, Dubai Legal Affairs. Up next, Sabir Basha Sheikh, Department of Finance, Government of Dubai. Next in row, Yusuf Al Ali, SDTPS. Captain Engineer Ubaid Al Mansouri, General Directorate of Residency and Foreign Affairs, Dubai. Yunus Othman, Dubai Customs. Mohammad Al Ajmani, Sharjah Customs. Next we have Mishal bin Hussain, Ministry of Finance. Next we have Isha Al Jasmi, Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure. Up next, Riyad Salah, Sharjah Asset Management. The final award for this set, Riyasat Ali, Rak Ports. Thank you, Anushri. Congratulations to all the CIO Catalyst winners.
CIO strategist for harnessing the power of AI in enterprise IT. And the moderator is someone who's known to host very enjoyable panel discussions for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome on stage Aditya Kaushik, ICT Director, ZMI Holdings. Joining Aditya on stage, we have the panelists, Sebastian Samuel, CIO, AW Rostamani Group, Dr. Jasim Al-Awadi, Digital Transformation Principal and AI Researcher, Somi Varghese, Head of Digital Transformation and Technology at OIL Group, Sahauddin Al-Muhammadi, Group IT Director, HSA Group. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause again for our moderator and panelists. Aditya, the floor is all yours.
Is this working? Yeah, we just settle down, yeah? We are CIOs, we take time. All right, welcome to the panel, and thank you for staying on. I know coffee and lunch is calling, but let's just stay on for a few more minutes. Firstly, GEC Media, thank you for organizing this panel and for the multiple panels that we have. I think the unique part of this day is that we've got HR, we've got finance, and we've got AI experts. So you've really taken everybody on stage. And obviously, thanks for bringing the CIOs on stage, who are, I won't say at the receiving end, but at the leading end of actually making AI happen within organizations. So I would just like to start off by saying that it's been about 70 years since Thesis, the first mouse and AI, or so-called AI, actually walked the line. And I think now with DALL-E and some of the products that you saw earlier in the day are actually far ahead of what AI is today. And I think it kind of warrants that the CIOs are placed with the responsibility of not just bringing AI into the organization, but also taking into account all the impact that the AI has on the business functions, the risks that it carries, and mitigating those risks, and also taking care of the fact that how it impacts the people within the organization. So I'm going to start off with bringing in Abdul Rahman. Thank you for joining us today. No, sorry, my bad. Salahuddin. Okay, we got the name right. So I want to start off by you giving us just a brief, I know we talked about this and you said you had a definition of what you think AI is in today's world. So maybe we kick off with you and please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome everyone. Actually, the main topic we are discussing in this panel is how to harness the power of AI. And I think it is a good point that you start with to know what is AI. I'm sure you read many AI definitions as I have. And I agree with you that these all definitions are useful and valid. But I'd like to share show you with my AI definition, because I found that many of available or existing AI definitions are so long they are hard to remember. Imagine that if you search about AI definition in Wikipedia, you will find that the AI definition more than 20 words. Gartner AI definition around 13 words. McKinsey AI definition around 18 words. And here is my AI definition, which is very simple, as I formulated this definition as equation with two variables. And I'm sure that once you know this definition, you will never forget it. AI is robot or bot. That's it. AI is robot or bot. What do I mean by that? I mean that AI can be either smart hardware or smart software. Robot is a smart hardware. It is physical device that can be act and react with the environment. And we have seen many applications of robots in different industries, in manufacturing lines, in logistics, etc. Robot is smart software. You can discuss with it, you can ask it, and it can create new content for you in different forms, either text, video, audio, or photos. And this is the second generation of AI, which based on GPT. And this is what we are talking about, its features and capabilities. But from CIO perspective, we should focus on the business beneficial and benefits of AI definition.
Thank you. I'm going to bring Dr. Jassim in to give us the researcher view or so-called academic view that you think of AI in today's world.
Thank you, Edith. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to join the great panelists here today. On top of what Salahuddin explained, in literature till today, there is no any clear definition or a unified definition of artificial intelligence today. Expert systems such as RPA previously were considered as an artificial intelligence concept or type, but today it's not. With the evolving technologies and applications in artificial intelligence, literatures or scientists started not to consider expert systems or RPAs are a type of artificial intelligence. As we all know, there are three types of artificial intelligence. We have artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, and artificial super intelligence. The previous types of artificial intelligence, like machine learning, deep learning, speech analysis, those are all considered under the category of artificial narrow intelligence. But the ChatGPT or the generative AI, they are considered the new type or the second type of artificial intelligence, which is the artificial general intelligence. What confirms that? In one of the posts of the Governor World Summit, one of the panelists, they posted a post for him. He was discussing or comparing the different type of artificial intelligence. I just comment on that post that, sir, what you are talking about is artificial. He was considering that machine learning and deep learning are not type of artificial intelligence. I said, sir, there is a differentiation between artificial intelligence and an expert system. Okay, and yet if still we don't have a clear definition of the different type of the three artificial intelligence concepts or type, more confusion will come with the evolving generative AI models.
Thank you, Dr. Jassim. And as you can see, like most of our IT projects, our delivery time has been reduced by 10 minutes. So we're going to speed up the process. Yeah, that's what happens to all our projects. So I'm going to jump to Somi now. Somi, tell us a little bit about your experience on the specific challenges that you see. I know you're in the fashion industry. So from your perspective, what do you see are the challenges of bringing AI into your organization?
Well, we hear AI across any conference you have a bit of AI. One of the biggest challenges what we have in our organization is managing the expectation of the stakeholders and the board. because they think, oh, wow, AI. We implement AI and one click, everything is done. So as a CIO, you always need to manage their expectations. We need to break them into bits, bring the processes which are, we call the low-hanging fruit, ensure those things are done. We prove it to the user community, and there is also a responsibility from the user community. AI is not an individual thing which runs on its own. So a user has to take full participation into this process, and not only that, he is the end decision maker. It is not AI who would make the decisions. I'll give you a very small case. I know we are running short of time, but a small case where we have been using the traditional AI for predictive analysis. So generally what we see is what are the trends in the market during a season, what are the things we need to buy, what are the trends we need to follow, etc. But many a times what the user community forgets is that we need to have a large amount of data in order for the AI to predict the right outcomes. So especially in the fashion industry, for every season, the trends changes. And the data what is available for us is quite limited. So is AI going to be at its best? May not be, but it could give you suggestions. So now what we have done is in terms of AI, the outputs are only called suggestions. They are not your decisions. And then the end user ensures his intelligence takes the decision based on this particular data. So the stakeholder expectation is very different than the actual ground reality. So that's one of the challenges we've been facing.
Thanks, Somi. And you also answered and brought a case study in, so good job there. 2 questions answered at one go. Now I bring it to the stalwart of panel discussions, Sebastian. You have spent about the same amount of time as AI has been in existence on planet Earth, right?
70 years, no.
So maybe a bit less. Share with us a case study that, for the interest of the audience, that we can talk about here today.
Use cases, right?
Yeah.
So basically, he had asked me a difficult question. Why? Because he has also told me how to answer better than an AI. Second thing is how to answer in less than 3 minutes. So 2 constraints, right? So
2 minutes
2 minutes now, okay? So I'll try to answer in a different way. What AI cannot do, that will leave thoughts for you to figure out use cases, because use case is very much user-centric. So anything with a deep emotional connection and empathy, AI cannot do. If you do not have enough data for a bias, AI might not be applicable there. Then wherever there is a social interaction and physical interaction required, that is where probably combined together, social and physical combined together, AI cannot do. What does it means to you? Which means that anywhere data is there, logic has to be applied. You can replace that with the AI. And how do we apply that in our life? You cannot do it as a patch on top of what you're doing. You will have to build it like from first principles. Like Elon Musk created the SpaceX, like Jeff Bezos created the Amazon. From the foundational principles, asking questions on is it the way to do it or can I do it differently? Applying the logic, you can build everything. This is what I want to leave the audience with, because do not demark AI as a predictive algorithm or, or X or Y models. No. Go back and think what cannot be done with AI and how can I build it from scratch. When I have all this technology, today if I start doing something without any historical bias, how can I build something new? That's all AI use cases, in my opinion.
Okay, thanks so much, Sebastian. Just before I jump to the next question, I'm just juggling it a bit from the plan that we agreed. It's all spontaneous, nothing is cooked here. I'm going to ask the audience if they have a question they'd like to raise at this point, and then we can go with some response here and then to the final thoughts. Anyone? Oh, there we go. Can we get the gentleman a mic? That's going to take some time. It's not AI, it's a human carrying the mic. So, do you want to come forward and just try your luck? Right at the end, please.
Thank you. You can hear me. So I think it's a question for the broader audience. Where do you see is the biggest challenge to implement AI in a corporation? So I think, it's one thing AI in our personal lives, but when it comes to an organization and implementing AI in an organization, where do you see is the biggest challenge?
Okay, so would you like to take that on, Dr. Jasin?
As implementing AI or any cognitive technology in any organization, there are challenges. Some might say that it's quality of data or data quality. I would disagree on that. This would come into the second stage once the decision is taken to implement a cognitive technology or an AI tool or system. The biggest challenge that I can foresee, maybe majority of the audience here, they may agree with me, but they may pretend that it's not. It's the executive management. Executive management, they are the most and the first-ranked barrier into or a challenge into AI or a cognitive technology implementation. Why? Because executive management knowledge, background on or of a digital transformation concept, their knowledge on the capability of the cognitive technology. It's very crucial for current era, while a lot of companies or organizations adopting such technology. If executive management, they don't have that level of or the acceptable knowledge, they will not gain trust. Okay, why they won't gain trust within the organization? Because they won't be able to give a good communication and encourage different levels for employees within the organization to adopt and support, to collaborate, and to implement such technology.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. So now, in the interest of time, I would just like to leave the governance question to a panel that's in the afternoon. I'm sure they'll address governance to its maximum extent. So I'd just like to start off now from the other end straight. If you could just give us one takeaway that you think why AI matters to you in your organization. Just a quick 1 minute.
Yes, I think if we want to harness the power of AI, we should have the best digital mindset rather than the best technological tool set.
Brilliant. Thank you. Somi?
Yeah. AI is not a technology to take over our jobs or any of our capabilities. It is here to improve our capabilities and give us limitless possibilities for us to become superhumans. That's what the mindset we need to build in our organizations.
Thank you. Dr. Jasin?
Can go back to the human resources or the human capital within the organization. The HR departments, they need to have a good focus on upskilling the current employees within the organization to align with the new digital era, as AI will take over some of the low-end jobs, okay? But those employees, they need to upskill their capability and their knowledge and digital transformation or cognitive technology tool and system to be able to use them and have an effective impact within the organization.
Thank you. Sebastian?
Yeah, in my opinion, AI is the new force multiplier for your organization, right? Because that is, many years ago, you would have heard a quote called software is eating the world. Now AI is eating the software. So how are you going to use this in your enterprise, right? Right from coding, right from your operational efficiency, right from all the logical replacement what you've written. So use it, augment it with yourself and human beings so that you can use it very well, and it can make you smarter, and also it can make your organization smarter.
Thank you so much. Personally, for me, I would say AI is a discovery. It's a learning, and I think we're seeing a whole new curve in the future that's happening, and I think we should all embrace it. The panel, I would like to thank the panel. This is just a small excerpt of their deep knowledge, and they'd be here for the rest of the day to give you more insights into this topic. Thank you, GEC Media, and thank you for your kind attention, audience.
Thank you, moderator and panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, there's just one session left between us and the lunch, and it sure is going to be something interesting. To present the next keynote, I would like to introduce someone who is one of the few people who has been associated with this stage for the last 9 years. In different role, he has managed to captivate the audience with his brilliant presentations. Today, as FIT celebrates its 10th year, the stage expects nothing but the same from him. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and show some excitement and welcome Samit Seman, Channel Manager, Pure Storage.
Hear me? Oh yeah, I thought she's talking about someone else. How are you all? Good morning, good afternoon. I don't see the energy. I'm the only one shouting here. How's everybody? Good, good. So, since morning, we all heard a lot about Gen AI, machine learning, deep learning. What's the benefits? What's the corporation should be taking care of in terms of governance and all this stuff, correct? And if I go back, some of them, they were mentioning that Gen AI, it's not new. And guess what? 1960 was the first time they introduced the Gen AI. Some people will call it Gen AI back in the days, but it's the chat bots. If you remember, we used to ask when we're done, I want to talk to someone, because they used all the answers that were given to them, correct? Then 2014, and before 14, we start seeing a lot of like Google Translate, like Siri, like OK Google, all those people, they take decisions sometime on our behalf, correct? And what happened after? In 2017, there's something that was created. It's called Transformer. If I tell you today I'm the Transformer, let's pretend I'm the Transformer. Since 2017, they were training me. So I was pre-trained. To what? Based on the new word that I learned, it's ginormous, which is big, huge data. This is the amount of data that I was trained on as a transformer. So what was my job? It's just to go dig into this data, try to predict and generate the correct answer. It could be what you're looking for, and also it could be no, because the algorithm behind, based on this, what we call the neural network algorithm, or modeling language. It's all about this data, predict the right answer to you. So this is where we are today. So if we, because I have this presentation, so if we go back, we were talking like 2 years back, everything is modern. Remember? Everything is smart. Your watch, your phone, your house, your city, everything is smart. Now today, we're talking about everything should be Gen AI. So this Gen AI, is this something that you plug in and we're done? No. It is based all on the data that you will be processing. So that's why 10, 15 years, of course, we're celebrating today the 10th anniversary of Future IT Summit. We start talking that, yes, data, it's the most critical asset that we all have as an organization. So it's everything around your data. So if we move forward, today, Gen AI, what are the most critical topic for all CIOs today? Half of them were mentioned by you guys. Yes, the cloud and the multi-cloud strategy, the Gen AI, also the protection and the security of this. You're exposing the data everywhere, correct? So you need to make sure that it's protected and it's secure. So all those points, imagine that you have a company. Of course, they said I work for Pure Storage, but before having this company, if you look, everybody is coming to say, yeah, we are number one in what we're doing. We are the best in what we're offering. At the end, there's a stage we can be confused. Everybody is number one, correct? So I'm not going to tell you, even if we're proud to say that we're number one in all-flash technology as a company, I'm not going to talk about it now. I'm going to tell you that imagine a company that will offer you something that you don't have to worry about your data infrastructure. Data center, now everybody wants to call it data infrastructure, because this data infrastructure needs to be ready for the AI, for the modem, for all what it's running around. So imagine that today, now it's working. What is the differentiated? What we're offering to you, Mr. Customers, today? We're offering you an evergreen subscription business model. So what we're going to tell you, you know what? Don't worry. The first investment you're going to do, you're going to acquire this data infrastructure for your environment, for your mission-critical application. And what we're going to do, we're going to help you running it and upgrade it. You don't have to worry about all the people that they are managing the data infrastructure that you have today. Let them do something else. And here where we talk about innovation, let them focus on some other project to work, because your data center, you don't need to worry about how we do it. How we do it. Today, whatever you have in your data infrastructure, every 3 years, someone will come to tell you, guess what? It's obsolete. We need to refresh this technology that you have. Right? Please raise your hand. Tech refresh. Is it something known to all of you? So at least, I see some hands. So imagine that there is no concept of tech refresh anymore with this company called Pure Storage. How are we going to do it? Okay, you know what? No data migration. The first time you invest with Pure Storage, we're going to do everything, and we're going to run it for you smoothly. How we do it? Every 3 years, as part of our evergreen business model, we're going to come and tell you, Mr. Customer, you know what? It's 3 years now. Congratulations. It's the anniversary. We're going to change the brain of this system that you have with the latest technology. All what you need to have, it's a valid support contract with us. And guess what? It's not only the hardware. We're going to make sure that any software, any new feature that we have developed or enhanced, you're going to have it. So every 3 years, someone will come and refresh your hardware and software inside your data infrastructure, which is the data center. Is this something that you would love to have, correct? So imagine, now you're thinking, it's like, yeah, who's this company, this guy shouting, telling me I'm going to change everything for free for you? Of course, there is nothing for free, correct? It is based on, I said, you need to have a valid support contract for your hardware and software. And the flat and fair, as a second part of the evergreen business model, will ensure that whatever you paid originally for the support, you will continue paying this. To simplify it, if you pay per month $1,000 for hardware and software support, you're going to continue paying this for the next forever. So there is nothing hidden. All what you need to have this valid contract with the same exact flat and fair amount that you have paid originally when you invested with Pure Storage. So now we have all this hardware and software. We have the latest technology, and we're not paying too much. It's only the flat and fair. So we are really protecting the investment that you do with Pure Storage by providing what? By providing the best technology, by providing the innovative technology, by providing the all-flash, and also with a kind of protection on any investment you do. So with this, I said Pure, this company that is coming to change your life, and in the data infrastructure. Imagine, modernizing your infrastructure means that any mission-critical application, any tier 1 application, any object on the cloud data and application that you have, we provide a modern infrastructure based on all-flash technology for file, block, and object. So all kind of data and protocol that you have. This is one. Second, when we talk about Pure Storage, ensure business continuity. We will make sure that the data that you have, there is always a second copy. Always, when we talk disaster, we need to make sure that we have the solution to ensure the continuity of our business, correct? That's why we make sure that either it's locally copied the data or on another site. We make sure this business continuity for the continuity of your business, not to us. And not the last point, actually. Now we transform the business model. Remember when I said flat and fair? I mentioned you pay exactly the same amount that initially you start paying with us per month. So we're changing the model that you have from a CapEx to an OpEx. You don't need to budget for the next 3 years or for the upgrade of the project. Why? Because you know that every month, this guy was telling us we will pay 1,000 every month. This is the operation, the OpEx model that you are implementing on your data infrastructure. And here we go. When we talk application, and I started the presentation with the modern application. Everything is modern around us, correct? If I say container, if I say Kubernetes, if I say all those smart applications with the fast life cycle that they have, this is what we transfer because part of our offering also, it's the Portworx, which is the software. It's the data services that are provided to manage and store and protect the data generated by those containers. Guess what? Containers today, it's still a big buzzword for all development. The DevOps in any organization, they want to use the containers and reuse those same containers. So that's why we have the software layer that it's providing exactly the data services to manage the mobility of the data, to protect the data, and to secure the data that is generated from those containers. With this, if we talk, not the last one, it is sustainability. Because there is another slide after. Sustainability, when we talk about sustainability, our commitment as a company, it is big. We have our annual report, the ESG, that we are publishing every year to show the commitment that we have. We have systems that are basically efficiency on the energy. It is #1 for us. We're reducing the consumption of the energy with those systems. What else we have? The emission of the carbon. We make sure that we want to protect this environment for the next generation because we're living. We leave everything. It's like we don't care about reuse energy. No, why not? Because we want to protect the environment that we got, again, for next generation. With this, again, when we talk technology, yes, now I can say we're proud to say that we're almost 10 years leading in the all-flash technology and the enterprise system. And again, the evergreen business model that we're offering, we're talking about reduction 50% on the TCO and all this to make sure that whatever customer satisfaction, we're obsessed by our customer in order to provide the best solution for them and in order to just innovate their data infrastructure. And this will give us a big NPS number, which is 81 plus. This is in the niche top 1% company. When we say NPS, it is not us we're rating our experience. It's the customer that we have. They are rating their experience with our system and solution, and it's between -100 and +100. And again, we do all this for one mission, which is providing the best customer experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a lunch break, but just a quick note before that, sponsored by our networking partner, Cloudbox. If you're already aware, we have a photo delivery resolution that uses AI to find all the pictures of yourself at the summit just by and to your WhatsApp. So all you need to do is scan this QR code, register yourself, and you'll receive all the pictures of yourself on one platform. You can post this on your LinkedIn or any other social media networking app that you would like. Thank you. We will meet here sharply in 1 hour. So let's get to more engaging session and more enlightening keynotes after we are back. Thank you. Just as we saw the video, in a show of hands, how many people know about the CIO 200 Roadshow? Okay, and how many people have been a part of a CIO 200 Roadshow? And how many people want to be a part of the 2024 CIO 200 Roadshow? Yes, that's the spirit, ladies and gentlemen. The world's biggest and largest CIO awards program is here. Bigger, bolder, and it just got a lot more interesting with over 55 countries in the kitty and a mega grand finale in the beautiful South Africa. So why wait? Let's scan the QR code and register ourselves for the CIO 200 Summit 2024 Roadshow. Let's see you doing it, because we have a follow-up to this as well. For all the updates that you want to receive regarding the CIO 200 Summit and also the CIO community in general, you can also scan the next QR code that will display on the screen, which is to the CIO Forum. On LinkedIn, we'll be sending all the updates, so you can keep yourselves updated and be ready for the roadshow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we'll be continuing with the Catalyst Award. I would like to call up Vidushi on stage once again to present the next set of awards.
Hi everyone, welcome back. So let's continue with the second set of the CIO Catalyst Awards. I would like to call upon Mr. Jayakumar Mohan Chandar, CRO CAS. Let's begin. We'll start with Mamoon Al-Homsi, Ajman Bank. Next up, Najim Taib, BHM Capital. Walid Salim, Zurich Insurance Company. Walid Salim, Zurich Insurance Company. Muhammad Tariq Siddiqui, Abu Dhabi National Takaful. Next up, Muhammad Tariq Siddiqui, Abu Dhabi National Takaful. Next in line, Sridhar Saragani, Sukoon Insurance. Sampath Srinivasan, First Abu Dhabi Bank. Next up, Antonio Campos, MIG Holding, Fahim Halawa, Gulf Capital, Mohammad Tariq Kuba, Emirates NBD, Next up, Thomas Cherian, Commercial Bank of Dubai. Ali Abedi, Yas Takaful PGSC. Ahmed Al Madani, Horizon Terminals Limited. Ahmed Al Madani, Horizon Terminals Limited. Steve Budden, Gulf Cryo. Next up, Demian O'Gara, Kent. Next in line, Awad Al Siddiq, ADNOC Distribution. Up next, Qusay Al Magdadi, Ernst & Young. Thank you, Jayakumar. Thank you. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Jasim Haji, President IG OAI, for presenting the next set of awards. Okay. Can I welcome Ronak Samantre to present the next set of awards? Next up, we have Aditya Kaushik, ZMI Holdings. Next, Salahuddin Al-Muhammadi, HSA Group. Imad Taha, Belhassa International Group. Talal Afridi, Mazrui International Group. Khalid Ali, Al Nasser Holdings.
Live from Electric Zoo 2019 and Tippler's Revolution.
Rami Abu Said, Western Beach ET. Shumon A. Zaman, Ali and Sons Holding. Shakir Al Owenati, Index Holding. Next up, Rahul Sheruvali, Emirates Hospitals Group LLC. Mubaraka Ibrahim, Emirates Health Services. Next, Mohammed Rashid, Al Buhaira Insurance. Shujin Prasad, Pure Medical Centers and Pharmacy, Al Nukba Medical Center. Next up, Syed Ali, Samaya Hospital. Haris bin Tahir, Amina Healthcare. Congratulations to all the winners in set 2. I would like to call them up on the stage for a group photo. Can we have all the winners on stage for a group picture? Thank you, winners, and congratulations once again.
Next, we'll be moving on to the next panel discussion. This is one that combines AI and finance. The topic of this panel discussion is AI trends and strategies for finance professionals. For moderating this panel, I would like to call up on stage Rajesh Prasad, Partner, Head of Management Consulting, Ardent Advisory and Accounting LLC. To join him, the panelists are Asit Dugar, Senior Finance Manager, Petrofac, Venkat Ramana Surya Narayanan, Chief Financial Officer, SFC Group, Ali Abuda, Group Chief Financial Officer, Gulf Navigation Holding PGSE, Fawad Chahmi, Director of Finance and Administration, Arthur D. Little, and finally, Khalid Chahmi, Group Chief Financial Officer, Ali and Sons Holding LLC. All the best, ladies, all the best, gentlemen, for the panel discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to welcome you all and our distinguished panel members to a discussion on AI trends and strategies for finance professionals. The buzz around artificial intelligence in finance is undeniable. Whilst the potential of AI is immense, not every promise translates into tangible results. Many of the companies and industry professionals are taking a very cautious approach to adopting AI, particularly for those companies outside the tech industry where practical applications aren't always very clear. AI is already one of the most transformative evolution in modern business, and holding such technology at arm's length wastes the golden opportunity to improve core finance operations. Some of the key benefits I have personally seen in the industry is in automated trading, risk management, fraud detection, customer services, data analysis, compliance and regulation. We'll be delving into some of the burning questions facing the industry professionals today to assess where you guys are really seeing value and where the finance leaders should temper their expectations. So without much ado, let me start by asking you, each of you, a few questions. Ali, welcome to the panel discussion, and just want to check with you in terms of what do you think are the current trends in artificial intelligence shaping the finance industry, and how do they impact the role of yourself as a finance professional?
I think there are several trends in artificial intelligence. Recently, we've seen a lot of demand in artificial intelligence solutions in the finance. To give you examples, I think machine learning solutions has been quite a trend in the finance. We've also seen the way that we treat data in terms of natural language processes, where we can really work on NLPs to analyze data, structured data and unstructured data. And we've also seen quite a huge demand for the finance market itself, with robo-analytics being used. It's quite cheap and I think in a high demand. There are too many trends in the finance, but just give you an example of what I think is in a high demand recently. And also believe that the impact that these solutions have put into the finance is quite significant. We've seen a lot of improvement in terms of excellence in operations and processes. We've seen kind of a smooth process in terms of decision making, accurate information, and a lot of data that you can rely on when you make a decision. And also, I think it opens up a lot of opportunities for the finance function and finance professionals across the globe. So there's a lot of new opportunities with the World Cup. The World Bank recent report indicated that there is about 40% of the current market will be kind of disrupted over the next few years. So this is a huge opportunity for the finance professions.
I think implementation would be key, right? And Venkat, my question to you next is, how would you approach the implementation of AI technologies in financial processes? What are these 2-3 key processes that you think are critical for any finance transformation project to be automated?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. See, as a finance man, a basic concern. I'm sure whoever is from finance fraternity will agree with me. We go back to the basics. We talk about a lot of technology these days, and it's not new. It's been happening for many years, and I'm sure more to come. But the basic remains is how stable is your ERP, where the information is going to come from. Times are challenging. We still have a lot of challenges with the complex environments where we deal with multiple systems. It's not only the accounting we talk about. We have a lot of, we are in retail, so we have the front end, and we have the inventory, we have the payroll, we have the, the other systems. And with the business getting into more complex, situations where there are voluminous transactions, and for example, in F&B, managing the delivery business is a humongous issue. So it all depends on how stable is your ERP, how strong your basic systems are, and then we talk about putting these latest tools on top to get the meaningful information. So from my perspective, while it would be any finance guy's wish to automate basic processes such as account payables and accounts receivables, it should also give me a heads up on cost patterns, on customer patterns, on cash flows, and basically talk about the right BIs. While we still struggle to, for example, you dealing with the environment where you have multiple units, where my unit-wise profitability is one of the key metrics to talk about in an MIS environment. The technology, what we are talking about, should really help in seamlessly integrating with my existing systems, and it's not become just a show-off, if I use the word. So I'm looking at it that way. We talk about RPAs coming in to automate a lot of basic processes. We talk about so many other things. It's very nice. It can definitely increase productivity. It can definitely increase the overall efficiency of the organization. As a finance guy, as a CFO, if I can see the larger picture, when my information is available seamlessly and it's going to give me a benefit of cost in the long run, this is what I'm looking at personally.
Khalid, do you want to comment on that?
Oh, can you hear me? Just if I comment on that, so from AI perspective, one of the, let's say, the traps I have seen in other organizations. If you take, for example, our group, we are 8,000 employees with more than 20 businesses in oil and gas, motors, and many things. One of the traps is you want to adopt the AI for the sake of AI. So the first thing I need to do, or you, as an organization needs to do, is to look at it from strategic perspective. What is your mission? What is your vision? What is your strategy? And then to think about the tools. So the tools, if AI fits in that purpose, so then AI will be adopted for that matter. But I have seen in organizations where people are fascinated by the words, by AI, by ChatGPT, and just they jump and apply something without looking at the strategic implication of having such tools in your organization. So if I would recommend to anyone to do it, is start with the end in your mind. What do you want to achieve from strategy perspective? And no problem, you can adopt BI, you can adopt ChatGPT, machine learning, generative AI, if it fits your purpose.
Well, that makes sense, but Khalid, then don't you think risk comes into big play out here as well, right? And how would you look at specific tools in place to look at the risk aspect as well?
I think, see, if you talk about risk, talk about two things. How AI can help you to mitigate or to optimize your risk and your risk appetite, your risk register in the organizations, and the risk inherent to AI itself. Because AI, implementing AI, it's like getting into a relationship or doing anything. It has its own risk. So to avoid it completely, it's just avoid it. It's not the solution. So you have to adopt AI, but keep in mind, there are many things about the governance of the data, about the ethics around AI, about the regulatory business. If you are, for example, in financial services, when it comes to KYC or it comes, for example, to credit providing, are you compliant with what the regulator is asking? For example, in the case of Central Bank of UAE, they have their own restrictions that you have to follow when you are using AI. But you can use AI beyond financial services where, for example, use it when you are doing, example, KYC, as I said, It can help you to provide credit on the spot, so you manage the risk. For example, if you look at banking also, for the fraud prevention for credit cards, so you have millions of transactions. If you have proper models in machine learning and AI, you can avoid many risks. You can, in terms of fraud prevention.
Sure. Ali, you want to make a
Yeah, I
comment?
just want to add one thing. I think what Khalid explained is more detailed, but I just want to bring in an important point here, which is basically accountability and transparency when you're applying the artificial intelligence for any risk assessment, because that's very, very important. With accountability and transparency, I think we secure the data. We make sure that the customer data has been secured and dealt with in a proper way that can be relied upon to avoid any further implications.
When you talk about customer data, it comes to my next question in terms of how can you leverage customer engagement in the finance sector. Fuad, would like to get some insights from you in terms of how do you think the customer can be actively engaged, and how can AI help with that?
Thank you for the question. Actually, the customer engagement field is one of the early adopters of the AI. So we used to have one of the real examples that actually echoes to everyone are the chat box. That you go into website, you have this virtual assistant actually that pops up and to whom you can ask question. Either they can answer it or they can refer you to a call center or to a human. So these have been existing for a long time. Now, when we ask ourselves why now we are hearing much more about artificial intelligence, it's basically the democratization of the concept with the upcoming of ChatGPT, mostly that is now used by almost everybody. So the use cases of artificial intelligence have increased so much that now every field have this pressure to implement AI, right? And there is a lot of investment going into the technology. We have seen some examples of companies that have skyrocketed. If you look at NVIDIA, how much is the capital, how much it's worth now compared to last year. So this pressure of adopting the AIs puts more players in the ground, and then it gives more potential. So now the chatbot of today, or the virtual assistant of today, is completely different from what we have seen in past years. So the customer experience now with the power of AI and the machine learning that comes into it is going to be much more, it's already much more different from before, and it's only gonna be a completely a different level, and sky is the limit in terms of customer engagement. We will see how maybe these new virtual realities, augmentators that we have seen with the Apple Vision Pro that have been launched. So a lot of potential there in the customer experience field. And the virtual assistants also is one of the top places where we will see the artificial intelligence going into. We may all tomorrow have personal assistants actually who can facilitate our daily life, makes it smoother for client onboarding, for meetings, etc. Right.
Sure. With all this comes the ethical question. And my question to you then, Ashit, is what ethical considerations should finance professionals take into account? How would they ensure responsible and transparent use of AI in financial decision making?
Okay, thank you so much. Now, let's bring the audience into picture. Let me ask you, the finance professionals would know the terms called FIFO, first in, first out, LIFO, last in, first out. But how many of us have heard GIGO, G-I-G-O? Anyone? Okay, so it stands for garbage in, garbage out. So that's my first point. Artificial intelligence or machine learning can only be as strong as the data that we are putting into it. The biggest risk of AI is incomplete or data which is not relevant. If that is fed into the algorithms, it is going to give absolutely rubbish results which cannot be relied upon. Now, take an example of investment bankers. If the investment decisions have to be made by bots, you need to feed in as much information of financial statements, news bulletins, the forecast that the management is giving. If everything is not put into algorithms, then the results that are going to come out cannot be relied upon when it comes to decision making. Now, a lot of things of ethics are related. So the next point for me would be, because we are feeding a lot of information, there is personal information and sensitive information of the public, of the companies, we need to be very, very careful of what we are putting. And the second thing is, how are we securing that particular information? So the request to all the companies who either build AI apps or who are trying to implement AI would be, please spend money on your cyber security. Please see to it that the data is secure and safe and cannot be misused by anyone. AI also fails when it comes to when there is discrimination or bias that creeps in. So that is a very, very important point that most of the companies have to deal with. They have to ensure that the information that is going on is correct, and also it does not discriminate towards any set of public or socio-economic conditions are taken care of. Now, there's a study which happened 2 years back in US which said that because of incorrect, I would say, algorithms, 80% of the loans or mortgages got rejected of a specific community. So that's not the right thing. We have to be very clear in terms of what we are putting, and it should be free from any bias and discrimination. Now, the next question that comes in would be, how do you ensure that it's not discriminatory towards someone? And that brings us to the next point, which is accountability and reliability. So we know that algorithms can be very complex to understand. So try to be as simple and understandable. Try to make those algorithms which can be verified and which can be trusted upon. And last but not the least, we are talking about ethics. So there should be some governance and regulations around all the AI apps and the results which are coming out from these AI apps and the companies. At the end, if something which is going wrong, something which is not giving a correct information, there has to be regulations in place which can rectify and which can put things back into place.
So this puts an impetus on a lot on the governance and control mechanisms and the regulators. What is the view of you gents in terms of what role can the regulator play in governance and control for AI?
Okay, so the biggest thing I would say over here is there should be education imparted amongst people, amongst companies. The message should be loud and clear that AI is here to stay. AI is here as an enabler and not as a disruptor. But at the same time, we need to be careful that whatever output is coming out of AI, people are made aware of the ethical issues that are involved over here. They are made accountable, and there should be some way of, booking the people who are misusing the AI for their own personal benefit. That knowledge has to be imparted.
Yes, I just want to add one more point. I think before we go into the people, I think we have to give the people the tool. I think training is very, very important element when it comes to AI. So let's train the people, let's upscale the people, let's make them aware because AI is very powerful. I mean, it could take you to a better life and it could take you to the darker life. Sure. So I think upskilling and reskilling people is very, very important when it comes to AI. And then the other thing I would say is scalability. I mean, there's no point to start with a scalable project from day one. I mean, if you run a pilot project, see what's the benefits, what's the pros and cons, and then you can take it up to the next forward once it's proven of a concept.
Well, thank you, James. I think, what is one key message that you would have, Ali, for the audience out here?
As I said, I mean, I think AI is a very, very powerful tool, and with great power comes great responsibility. Sure. And I think we have to embed the human value in every AI solution that we are implementing. We have to think about the human value, because
You're saying don't leave it to the machines. Human has to be involved in that.
Exactly. I mean, human must always be there.
Must be there. Okay. Venkat, what's your one key message that you'd like to pass?
I'd like to say two things. One is, as I said earlier, if the technology is going to help organizations to see the larger picture, rather just the basic process. For example, in an environment like ours, if the system can give a warning that, a particular unit is going into red in the next 9 to 12 months, that's the kind of information a CFO or a CEO would like to have.
Correct.
Rather than just automating my accounts payable and accounts receivable. The second thing is, of course, like any other system implementation, the partner and the implementation is the key.
Very important.
So, we have a lot of fly-by-night operators, unfortunately, still in the market. So, organizations have to exercise so much caution in identifying the right partner and implementing the right system.
Sure. What's the one key message that you would like to pass?
See, for me, the key message also is to start from the start. So as an organization, and especially in the finance department, if you want to be, so using AI is the future. That's a given. Now we need to understand or need to answer the question, why AI in my organization, right? So once we answer the question why the AI and define the problematic actually that I'm trying to resolve, then I should use AI. This being said, it doesn't mean that I should not benefit from whatever is existing in the AI. If you have ChatGPT as a very simple example, you can use it on your daily basis to help you review your emails, whatever, you can use that. But in transforming the finance function and introducing an AI component to it, we need first to be to have a real assessment of what you're trying to resolve before getting into complexities that brings, as the other panelists have mentioned, in terms of ethical issues, in terms of cybersecurity, and in terms of change management in the organization.
If any key message to give today is your AI tools or solutions are as good as the infrastructure. The infrastructure is your people. You have to have the right people. You have to upgrade the knowledge and the skills continuously. Second thing, I think in terms of processes, so companies, they need to look at their processes before they think about implementing any solution, especially when you have diversified group. You can use, for example, Lean Six Sigma to understand your as-is and where you want to go. Data, you have to decide which data you want and how you are going to manage the data from data warehousing and where the data should sit on cloud, preferably on whatever solutions you want. Then you have the technology. Most of companies, they start with the end, which is the wrong way to do it. They go, they talk to vendors, they don't know what they want first. So start with the strategy, people, processes, and data, and you should be on better position to have AI implemented properly.
Your key message is back to the basics. Yeah. Ashit, what about you?
Okay, I'll again ask the audience a question. How many of you are scared that AI will take away your jobs? With hands, anyone? No one. Nobody. That means that nobody is having automation anxiety. AI is here to stay. AI is here for good. Treat AI as an enabler. As I said before, it's not a disruptor. Be a true global citizen is what I mean. It's very easy to get carried away, make apps and get used to AI and use it in unethical way. But I strongly feel that use proper ethics, have proper governance and rules in place so that AI can be used for the benefit of everyone. Nobody is made to suffer because of AI.
No, thank you, gents. Thank you for your insights today, participation. Really appreciate that. I think as finance professionals, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that the adoption of AI is aligned with ethical principles and regulatory frameworks, fostering trust, transparency, and accountability, like you mentioned earlier in the industry. We all remain committed to continuous learning, innovation, and collaboration as we navigate the ever-evolving landscape of finance in the digital age. I would now like to invite a few questions from the audience for our panel members.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Vijay. I have a question to all the panelists. Say, when you're implementing the AI in non-financial domains, okay, you can compromise on the accuracy. Okay, say like I belong to engineering company. So when I actually use the AI and I get the 95% accuracy, my VP comes back and say that I can't implement this because it is not giving me 100% results, and that is where I'm scared of. When it comes to the financial world, anything less than even 0.1% accuracy compromise may lead to like different disaster results for you. So how do you see and how you are going to work, what is your workaround about it?
Okay, I'll take that question. I am also from Petrofac. It's an engineering procurement company. So I do understand the implication both from engineering and from finance perspective. But I'll tell you, nothing goes right at the first instance. Like we ourselves in company have been trying to automate our AP processes where the RPA is being tried for the last 6 months, and we are trying to see whether the results are successful or not. However, every single product that is in the market will not give us straightforward 100% accuracy at the first go. We tried our processes, it went with 90% accuracy. And because our company deals with a lot of AP invoices, we have to ensure that all the invoices are right. So as and how we kept on checking and as and how we progressed into the process, we realized where is AI failing, what are the checks that are need to be built in further. And that's how we came closer to the 98%. We still haven't implemented it, but I do understand that 0.1% leads to a huge disaster, but because of the fear of that 0.1% disaster, we cannot let the 99.99% effort fail. So it has to be a tried and tested approach, keep on trying, and I'm pretty sure at one point of time, you will have to start with the rollout of that.
This is where the human factor comes in. The humans need to train and train again the AI to take over. It will not be 90% in first go. I have at best in different industries seen grow from 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100% is very rarely the case.
I agree 100%. I think the first mistake you make is that you are after perfection. If you're after perfection from day one, that means you're on the wrong road.
Correct.
Okay. So start with a small improvement every day. Okay. Make a move. As long as you start, that's the right thing, and we will definitely reach there.
Absolutely. Any more questions?
Yes, this is Hussein. I have one question for the finance team. So did you ever partner with your IT or CIO during a new project about building an ROI case for AI? Or you expect from them to come to you with some of the ROIs for these projects? So the idea is that normally finance challenge the IT for the investment, the ROI, where the benefits, where the efficiency. So how do you work with your IT folks in this type of projects?
Please go on.
If I understand your question, your question is around return on investment from any initiative on AI, right?
Yes.
So it's a tricky question, and it's not easy always to estimate how much return you will get. So in my case, when I discuss with my CIO, we are talking about return. We talk about soft return and hard returns. So hard returns, for example, if you are implementing something in the finance or in HR, you will have straightforward, let's say, saving in terms of people involved in process. These things you can do motion analysis, you can do Lean Six Sigma, you understand what kind of effort will be cut by implementing be it AI or any other tools. But the soft and the most important is the change of the culture of the company. When you, for example, if you look at finance, when you move from doing, let's say, handwritten or printed checks, and you move to something else, to the AP, which is much more faster, and you close your month earlier, and you're getting information accurately and on time, this is something that no one in finance can estimate for you how much is the effect. So I think you need to look at it from these two perspectives. Money is important, but there is money that you can make immediately by estimating the savings, and the money that you can keep in the future by transforming your organizations.
Any other question? Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, panelists, once again for your valuable time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists. That was a very wonderful session. We would continue with our third set of CIO Catalyst Awards. To present the award, I would like to call upon Suresh Venkatraman from Paisler. Starting with the first award of this set, Himanshu Puri, American Hospital, Dubai. Assam Abu Mari, WPI Investment. Next up, Padam Khafle, Aster Hospitals, GCC. Deepak Cheramparambil, Global Care Hospital. Next up, Mohammed Naufal, Royal Continental Hotels and Suites.
Energy. Power. Rush.
Next, we have Mahmood Kamal, Haptur Hospitality. Next up, Mohit Dogar, Millennium Place, Barsha Heights Hotel and Apartment. Next in line, Jasir Kaipanchari, Occidental Al Jadaf Hotel. Next up, Bain Kodi, Sofitel Abu Dhabi Cornish. Next up, Vikalp Srivastava, Kerzner International. Next in row, Manish Mahajan, Jumeirah Group. Next up, Faisal Khan, Dubai World Trade Center. Freddie Pinto, Radisson Hotels Group. Ahmed Hafiz, Jannah Hotels and Resorts. Vishal Anand, Jumeirah Group, Dubai Holding Hospitality. Hussain Al Jamri, Bahrain Bourse. Next up, Lokesh D. Agrawal, Jimco. Next up, we have Firoz Patel, IMG World of Adventure. Thank you so much, Suresh. Now I would like to call upon Rajiv Dutt from Swiss GRC to present the next set of awards. Next up, we have Syed Ashar Ahmad, Imar. Hussain Saifuddin, Emerald Services LLC. Vijay Kumar Mali, Lamprel Energy Limited. Mohanad Henawi, NAFCO. Arun Kumar Mohta, FJ Group. Next we have Muhammad Arif, Mawarid Holding Investment. Moving on, Mustansir Aziz, Automec Group. Up next, Dr. Lata Suresh, Tagleaf Industries. Up next, we have Azimuddin Mohammed, Al Rawabi Dairy Co. LLC. Moving on, Aus Al Zubaidi, MBC Group. Ronald D'Souza, OSN. Up next, Marwan Al Marzouki, Abu Dhabi Waste Management Company. Moving on, we have Damir Yaksik, KEO International Consultants. The final name on this slot, Ajay Rathi, Juice International. Thank you so much, Rajiv. Can I have all the winners come up on the stage for a group picture?
Thank you, winners, and congratulations once again on the award. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all have heard about IMCAS. They carried out an extensive research shedding light on technological developments in Middle East across various verticals, and a readout was held last month on the 29th of January at DIFC. I'm sure most of you all were present, but those who were not, just for today, they are offering an 85% off to download the report, and it's just for today. So this certainly is an amazing opportunity to get your hands on this readout. If we could have the QR code back on screen. So just as we get that back up, once again, this is for CAS. It's your only opportunity today to get your hands on this readout, which has a lot of content, which would be certainly beneficial for CIOs studying the various verticals in the Middle East for sure. Okay, as we get on that, next, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving to the next panel discussion. The topic for this panel is AI and economic growth from startups to global enterprises. The moderator for this panel is Dixon Mellett James, Vice President of Ellent AI. To join him, the panelists are Sheikh Abdullah Jamal Mohideen, Data Governance and Engagement Manager, Sheikh Shakbout, Medical City, Dr. Chan Yob Yoon, Associate Professor, Khalifa University, Abu Dhabi, UAE, and finally, Sakir Alowainati, Chief Technology Officer, Index Holding. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's invite the panelists and the moderator on stage.
Good evening, gentlemen. Today we're discussing about the topic of AI and economic growth among startups and global enterprises. I am completely honored to be sharing the panel with such distinguished guests, where we talk about three aspects of AI having implications. As per PwC Middle East report, $15 trillion is going to be added to the GDP by 2030. We have other facts as well, wherein Sam Altman is requiring a request for $7 trillion investment. So that talks about the length and breadth of the AI industry. Now going about into the questions, my first question is to Sheikh Abdullah. In this economy, and how do you see the changing business models with respect to AI in your respective industry, which is healthcare?
Hello. Thanks. Before I begin, I think I would like to kind of touch upon today, we are in a very unique situation, right? So we have 5 platforms, technology, innovation platforms that are happening together, right? If you really go back in history and see when did it last happen, you would not find anything similar. The max that we had was 3 technology innovations, right? Electricity, automotive, and telephone. Very disruptive, right? Apart from that, today we have 5, right? We have AI, we have the blockchain, we have the multimodal genomic sequencing, and 4th, the energy storage, right? Of course, the AI is kind of driving, all the other 4. The convergence between these functional domains, right, is leading to massive economic growth. For example, I come from a healthcare background, right? In healthcare, the combination of AI and the sequencing is leading to growth in a way that was never seen before, right? Personalized medicine, personalized sequencing, understanding your gene to see which part of which gene is going to get corrupted or what disease you're going to go get at what age. So the economy there has really boomed, right? There's another interesting study. I follow Katie Woods as an investor a lot. She was recently giving a talk, right? And she was saying the automotive taxi, right, platform, right, which is a marriage between robotics and AI, and of course energy storage. That one industry alone is expected to grow about 10 trillion in the next 10 years, right? Which is huge, right? That would be around 10% of the current global economic value, right? It's estimated around 100 trillion for now. So that's the kind of growth that we are talking about, and especially in healthcare, it has disrupted a lot of things. And one of the at ground, I can talk about one of the stuff, right? So we all during COVID, the e-visit and teleconsultation really picked up in this region, right? But right now we are using AI to predict which patient can we bring in as teleconsultation versus in-hospital visit to reduce the global warming, because patient travel leads to carbon emission. So that's the kind of measures that we're talking about, and that's the kind of economic growth that we're talking about when it comes to AI.
Awesome, thanks, Sheikh. The same question goes to Dr. Chan. I believe we had a conversation right before the panel. But Dr. Chan's industry experience as well as academic experience in cybersecurity, I would like to ask the same question. What is the economic impact in your particular industry?
Thank you very much for Mr. Dixon regarding this intriguing question. And as far as I'm concerned, and because I used to be industry before I become academic, so I understand 2 sides of the coin, actually. I practice as industry, now I'm practice as academic for a while at California University, and before that I was in Korea, the KAIST. KAIST is one of the best universities in Korea. They're practicing like this. So, and before I go on, I want to show little video that what we do at Khalifa and how can be impacted in AI technique for cybersecurity. Okay, can you play the video? The PALM project is about preventing and detecting data poisoning attack, together with the adversarial attack on machine learning model. Also, this project is externally funded project by Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi. I am a lead PI for PALM project at Khalifa University. There are two counterparts. Professor Claudio is a PI for University of Milan and focusing on detection of data poisoning attack. And Professor Luigi is the PI for University of Rome and focusing on healing of data poisoning attack. As you may know that hacker could use machine learning technique to attack cyber physical system by injecting data poisoning at training phase, rather at the testing phase. Thus, who could provide novel mitigation to overcome this kind of attack for PALM project? One of simple example of data poisoning attack is a level flipping technique. One is random data poisoning attack, and the other is a targeted data poisoning attack. Okay, just you've seen the little video regarding how the hacker can use AI. At the end of the day, AI is a tool. Okay, it can be good, used for good purpose as well as bad purpose. So always I talk to my student that when you use AI technique or machine learning or deep learning, data is very, very important. Garbage in, garbage out. As far as I'm concerned, if the data is good, outcome is always good. So how do you use the data is very important. But hacker, they are attacking the data. I think you mentioned about healthcare. Healthcare, very, very important data. Patient data, okay? And the customers and all the information there need to be protected. What the hacker do? They poison the data in such a way this data cannot be able to recover. And not only that, and give a wrong prediction. So, the AI is used in the IBM. They call Watson. It's called diagnostic machine. Okay. So in other words, in Korea at the moment, diagnostic is done by AI. It's more accurate than human. So in other words, in the future, internal medicine will be gone, unfortunately. So, some people, in the previous session, some people already told us that, some jobs, they don't worry about jobs. I have to tell you, some job is going. And especially, you may know the translator. He'll be gone. At the moment, they do, ChatGPT. Now they're using what they call real-time ChatGPT. So that when you say something in Arabic, automatically translate to Korean or English. They do that now, okay? So that means interpreter, they will lose a job, unfortunately. But of course, at the same time, there is a new opportunity. There are other jobs because data science jobs and data gathering jobs will be very important. So as you can see from here, from my perspective, cybersecurity is very, very important in AI. Why? Because hacker can use to poison the data in such a way that give a wrong prediction. Imagine that we just mentioned about internal medicine. Give a diagnostic with the wrong diagnostic. It'll be causing disaster and a lot of money, right? Also, patient data need to be protected. And also, I think I want to discuss about federated learning. Federated learning using everywhere. And federated learning is distributed, and you mentioned about blockchain, right? Blockchain is part of distributed system. Therefore, federated learning in conjunction with blockchain can be useful technique for the future. So for me, AI is an enabler for the economy. At the same time, there will be opportunity as well as risk. But I'm always here for positive side. I'm very optimistic for the future, And I believe that you will increase a lot of jobs, in my opinion, because a long time ago, we have industrial revolution, okay? People thought that, carriage and the horse was there, right? But now changed to mechanical cars. Now we are moving to electric cars. So there will be a shift. And at the same time, there's a new opportunity. As far as I'm concerned, we are heading for the future. Thank you.
Dr. Chan, thank you so much for that perspective. So when you say economic growth in an AI-driven economy, it has its both flip sides and good sides. So we discussed about the contribution towards the global economy, but we do have its flip sides where Dr. Chan was clearly elaborate on the cybersecurity side. So my next question is to Mr. Shakir. So Mr. Shakir, we had a small discussion, and so Shakir comes from a digital transformation side, and he's currently the CTO of Index Group. So what has been the implications of AI in your current establishment in terms of revised business models and disruption, innovation, that way?
Thank you, dear, for your question, basically, and thanks for the opportunity. Basically, if we are looking into AI from holding group perspective, we have to look into it from different angles, basically. And due to the fact the holding groups consist of different subsidiaries and different businesses. So AI could be a great opportunity for holding groups to capitalize on. There are a lot of basically advantages that AI can be utilized for holding groups, specifically in the area of synergetic innovations, so that they can basically capitalize on AI to create innovation across all the business sectors they are managing into the holding group. And another also advantage of AI that if we are talking about the infrastructure, nowadays the infrastructure, they are looked into a different perspective as the infrastructure can be also optimized using AI technologies. And once you use the infrastructure, as one of the panelists previously also talked about, is talking about AI dev, basically. And if you are talking about AI operations, this is a great opportunity to centralize the infrastructure across the entire group. This will definitely add value, this will save money, and this will basically put great efforts to the group towards basically capitalizing on streamlining all their infrastructure. If we're talking about the data, as Dr. said, data is the key element here in the AI. For us, for example, we would like to capitalize and use AI tools, but if our data is not that qualified to be used for these AI tools, then no use. You cannot basically do a lot using any tool. Hence, you need to basically do a lot of work in order for you to qualify your data. Hence, the AI outcomes will be much better in the future. Also, I can say the final point I would like to talk about related to the advantages towards the holding groups that can be utilized on acquisitions and mergers. There are a lot of opportunities nowadays that it can be utilizing AI tools to basically give a lot of insights, results related to those decisions. So it's helping basically the companies towards the decision of mergers and acquisitions.
Thank you, Shakir. I think Mr. Shakir touched upon one important topic which I would like to raise in the further questioning. So basically, the implication of AI comes down to three things. One is technology, the availability of data, and the availability of infrastructure. So when you consider those three cornerstones of adoption in your respective fields, how are you transitioning from your current operation to the next gen? So when it comes to healthcare, Sheikh, if you can help me on those three aspects.
I think you missed one, the most important pillar, the people. right? And in my belief, the people pillar is going to be the key. Because what we are looking at is just not a technological transformation, but it's also people behavioral, cultural transformation, right? So I think from a healthcare perspective, we are focusing a lot on people, right? And in a way, if you see AI cost in training cost, right, has come down by 70% in the last 6 months. What you used to spend, in hundreds of thousands 2 years ago, it's very, very feasible these days. So we are focusing on training, both from a technology perspective and making sure the right culture is built by using tried and tested techniques, the Kaizen improvement methodologies, where you make small changes, for bigger effects. So we are focusing a lot of effort on people, and of course, ethical AI and bias is a huge problem in healthcare, right? We don't want our AI models to be biased. We have to be ethically very responsible. So these are some of the things where we are investing and we are focusing as well. So those areas are key to drive the AI innovation in healthcare when it comes to transformation.
Thank you, Sheikh. I think I missed the most important part, which is talent and management. So the question is to Dr. Chan. So again, going by those three important pillars, which is talent management, what is the role of Sheikh Khalifa University into nurturing the next gen of people into AI adoption, and what is that particular,
So this is also, the important question, in my opinion. And for me, is that I think you just touch on the human aspect, okay? And you may know, Wikileaks is a human. Do you know why? Because, cybersecurity, you may have a lot of technology, firewall, intrusion detection system, intrusion prevention system. They have also the malware detection. All this, but Wikileaks is a human. The people, we call it, you ask them very nicely, and they will tell you about it, okay? We call it social engineering. In my opinion, social engineering is a lot of problems in the area of cybersecurity. You may have a fantastic AI technique in your place, or the very fantastic, cybersecurity, the firewalls, one of the best firewalls. What do you have you? The weakest link is a human. And sometimes you ask them very nicely, they will tell you. Why? Because social pressure, as well as the peer pressure, and this will, like for example, I just tell you, I talk to I'm your boss, okay? Pretend to be your boss. He sounds like your boss, and he asks you very nicely. I say, Shekhar, I just forgot my password. Can you give it to me now, okay? And he seems to know you very well, and it sounds like him. What are you going to do? You see? And some people, they tell the password. Suppose not to, you need to check. But these things always happen, okay? So in my opinion, I discuss, because I'm, sitting as an academic. But when you come to practice, weakest link is human. In the cybersecurity, as well as data. When you put the data, okay, who upload the data, okay? So if you upload incorrectly, then no classification is done. So this we need to consider. Data collection is very, very important, because I was telling you about garbage in, garbage out, okay? If you put good data, it'll make sure that you'll come up with the good prediction, and which will save money, and very good optimizer as AI tool, okay? So, but the thing is, people fail. Why? Because we are human nature, okay? Because we are all short of God, you see, short of Allah. So in other words, we need to consider to educate an awareness program to all the people in the company. Like once a month, or once a year, or twice a year, for example, okay, to train about how to implement cybersecurity technique in place, as well as AI technique for cybersecurity in place. This is necessary, but how many companies doing this? You use a tool, but are you really educating them? I have some question mark on this. So this is the thing that I'm considering. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Chan. I think there are two important points that we discussed about people management and the proper training that is to be provided to the existing resources. Shakir, so what is the pillar stone that you would be more focused on when you drive the AI adoption in index holding? Is it technology? Is it people? Is it infrastructure? Or is it the availability of pure quality data?
Thank you, dear. I think it's one of the main important, definitely preparing the team to basically deal with the new situation. Right. And that can come when you basically have a proper training, upskilling towards those new technologies. I would add also, we are from an IT management and dealing with the higher management also. We always ensure to have the proper IT governance. Now, using AI tools without having an AI governance, that it can basically regulate the things internally inside the organization, that will be also useless. Then you have to ensure that you have to put the IT governance related to the AI in place. And by then, we should be able to basically move forward with the IT AI projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Shakir. I think we've reached a consensus where people plays a large role in driving the AI adoption economy. The final question to the panelist is about how our nation is preparing itself when we get into an AI-driven economy. Last week at the World Government Summit, we have seen the Falcon Foundation being released with 300 million funding and other initiatives by the UAE government. If you could shed light on what has been with respect to Abu Dhabi and Bahrain on their initiatives and future transformation. Dr. Sheikh.
I think you brought up an important point, right? In the WGS, the World Government Summit, I think His Excellency Mohammed Al-Gargawi was there, and he spoke about the 300 million funds, and he also spoke about something very important, right? 75% of the world's GDP growth is being driven by Asia Pacific, right? 50%, of course, is to India and China, and rest 25% is all the contributors. So that is massive, right? That is massive to the world's economy. I think both from the country that I call my home and my original country, both are doing, are taking major steps towards there, right? And UAE specifically is one of the leaders which is kind of adopted an open environment for AI. While others are competing, UAE is trying to open up its door, bring more open source, turn the competition into collaboration. The amount of deals that we sign in the AI space for collaborations, for MOUs, is very large in this region, right? And similarly, there are a lot of things that have been done in India as well. Niti Aayog, which is the Financial Planning Commission, has two programs, right? RAY, Responsible AI for Youth, and there is a national AI strategy. So is UAE, has a 2031 AI vision strategy for AI. So I think these two countries I see as the forerunners and harbingers of good things to come. When it comes to at a kind of a national level. I'll quote Huang, right, the CEO of NVIDIA, right? He said, the AI is here, right? We are here everywhere. Now it's in the same WGS, he mentioned that now it's up to the nations to build stuff that will sustain through incorporating the local culture into the AI, the local dynamics into the AI, and that's how the nations are to grow and build the AI strategy.
Exactly. Dr. Chan, with Abu Dhabi leading on the LLM side with Advanced Technical Research Institute, launching the Falcon model, how is the nation preparing itself as per your perspective?
I think one of the important aspects is ethics, okay? Have we considered AI ethics in whatever you do. Why? Because the end of the day, you need to collect data from human or the machine or from the metadata. When you collect it, you have to have ethics. And also, not only ethics, but also we need to consider policies. Policy is very important. And the tool they use is a tool has been approved from the government, okay? And the algorithm, is it standardized, becomes standard, international standard? You need to consider all this. Why? Because if you didn't consider ethics, standardization, policy, and governance, and you pointed out earlier, this is important aspect for a government point of view. And at the end of the day, compliance is a must. At the end of the day, everybody have to be accountable for what their action. Like for example, at Khalifa University, we are collecting human data. How they collect the human data? Like a brainwave. One of the project of mine, we are doing the collecting brainwave of each individual. My brainwave is different from Mr. Dixon's brainwave. We can identify the brainwave. And from the brainwave, tell you is Mr. Dixon. Well, it's me, Dr. Chan, okay? And over there, the Michelle is like this. So always you can identify using a brainwave. But brainwave is human, human data. Need to be collected wisely and also anonymized. What do you mean by anonymized? We want to make sure that we can trace this data to somebody else, right? You need to protect it. Privacy preserving is necessary to protect the AI techniques. That's why I will just mention about federated learning. Federated learning is one way, the enabler to protect private preserving system. Thank you.
Excuse me, gentlemen, just to alert you that we have crossed the time limit. So if you can just conclude. Thank you.
Sure. Okay.
Thanks for the heads up.
I'm talking too much.
So I'll ask the quick question to Dr. Shakir. So how do you see the nation preparing itself for the next transformation?
See, basically, our region, they started working on AI since basically more than 5 to 7 years. In UAE, they appointed Minister of AI since 2017. In Bahrain, I know there are also a lot of initiatives they are doing it related to AI, and they amended in I'm talking about 2016, their policies to allow a lot of AI basically tools and open codes related to the financial sector in Bahrain. So as you can see that those always will be helpful to foster the innovation related to AI. And we should basically, in all our positions, we should basically look forward to bring all those tools so that we benefit all our organizations going forward.
Perfect. Thanks. That brings us to the end of the panel, but we share the consensus that UAE is doing a great job of fostering AI adoption in the region. And then we have both confirmed that people plays a huge role in this transition towards an AI-driven economy. Thank you so much for staying out.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next, we move on to our final keynote. This keynote is from a speaker who has 15 years of experience in playing a leading role in data-driven transformations. With great pleasure, I would like to invite on stage Olaf Penne, Data Analytics and AI Strategist, delivering training for Edge.
Good afternoon. Indeed, the last speaker of today. But I hope I can keep your attention. My name is Olaf Penne, and I work for Edge Group, which is a defense company in Abu Dhabi. And I work there in the Learning and Innovation Factory. And I'm responsible there for setting up training programs for upskilling the staff in everything around analytics and AI. And in this talk, I would like to take you a bit through the journey we go through in the Learning and Innovation Center, based on my experience, based on some research papers on upskilling and necessary skills for the AI transformation, and how we have built a curriculum for the EDGE staff. About myself, indeed, I was introduced as someone leading several data-driven transformations, background in consultancy and in interim management. Worked for several larger companies, especially in Europe. But let me first show you a video on the Learning and Innovation Factory to give you an idea of how our training facility looks like. It's built for especially around building up all the competences around Industry 4.0. Good. This is our training facility where we do trainings, where we run all kinds of innovation projects around Industry 4.0. And what I said, I'm there responsible for building up the AI training program. If I look back to my own experiences in the last 15 years that I work in all kinds of transformation projects, it always started with technology, but more and more I've learned that it are mainly change programs, and the more it is connected to the business, the more successful it is. I'm a strong believer in data democracy, bringing the data to the people. We run several projects around self-service analytics, and you see now in AI the same trend with where the tool becomes so easy to build your own GPTs, to build your own AI tools, that you can also there make a lot of successful applications. One thing, everything, if you want to have that successful, although the data is there, the tooling is there, but the people need to be upskilled, need to be trained to work with the technology to make it successful. Also, if you much more look into, if I look into my personal development, more as a manager, as a leader, I was I think it was 2017 or so, I was leading a team of data scientists, and we did a lot of A/B testing. We were running business experiments. And my team came to me on a good day and they told me, Olaf, we have such a good idea. We did all kind of experiments on how to collect it was a debt collecting agency, and we were experimenting how you could encourage people pay their bills. So my team said, we have a good idea. If we put a pen in the envelope, it was all paper mailings in those days. If we put a pen in the envelope, then people don't throw away the letter, but they are curious to the pen, open the envelope, and when they have opened the envelope, then they will pay their bills. Now, and my first response there was, no, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't believe people pay their bills when you put a pen in an envelope. And my team explained to me, yeah, but Olaf, listen, this is not your role as a manager. I'm very happy that they gave me that pushback. They say, it's your role, we work data-driven now. We want to make informed decisions. We run the experiment. It's your role as a manager to, it's your role to facilitate this process, to do this test. And after the test, we will learn if it works or not. If it works, then we continue. If it doesn't work, we stop. So that was for me such a learning insight, also for me, where you see also in leadership roles, you need to change your behavior. And I'm happily I did. I facilitated the test, and we found out that indeed people pay much better their bills if you put a pen in the envelope. How simple it can be. So for me, in the last 15 years, I really have learned that it's that the human factor is critical. It's critical. It's all about change. If you want to work with data and AI, it's all about change. It's all about skills, and it's all about attracting the right talent. So the human factor is very, very important. If you look into a number of research papers that you can see there, this is research that was done by MIT and AWS. They asked chief data officers, what are your main challenges? And if you look there to the 5 challenges, four out of their top 5 challenges are related to the human factor. 4 of the 5 of the main challenge of chief data officers are related to the human factor. If you look here, this is a very interesting McKinsey paper from last year, research done here in the GCC region on what are the main, what is here seen in the challenges in adopting AI. The top challenge here in this region is organization and talent. Organization and talent is seen as the top 1 challenge in adopting AI. Now, this then, and I think this also said many times in several talks I've heard the thing of upskilling people about AI. It's interesting to understand then what are we then exactly talking about. And if you look here, the OECD has this very interesting report on that. It's free available on the internet. Where they have really described what are now the skills that are needed in the AI world. And they split it in 2 types of skills. In one hand, the skills needed for AI professionals, and in the other hand, the skills for, say, business people. Now, let's make a deep dive there. If you look at the AI professionals, for the AI professionals, it is in the end, it's all about AI. The technology behind is machine learning, neural networks, those kind of things. So in the end, there are basic data science skills that become very important for the data science, for AI professionals, in combination with some specific AI techniques. Second type of skills that are very important for those AI professionals are more, let's call it the soft skills, the transversal skills, because it is very important that those AI professionals, that they develop tools that we all need, that add value. So that's very important that they communicate in a good way with the business. And so these are for the AI professionals. If you then, in the same OECD report, if you look then, what are then the skills that are more for the business people? For the business people, it's also very important that they understand what is AI, what are the principles of machine learning. I think that also belongs to that. I think a lot of topics that have been mentioned today about AI and risks, that is also elementary AI knowledge. Everyone in the organization needs to understand how it works, what are the risks, and what are the conditions when you apply it. I think one of the earlier speakers asked how many people are scared to lose their jobs. Now, at least maybe that is our jobs will maybe not be gone in the next couple of years, but I think for all of us, I expect they will change. In the next 3 to 5 years, this AI movement, what has started, is that will not stop. And in 3 to 5 years, it have a very significant impact in our job. We don't know exactly who, and 2 years ago everyone said it will change every job, but not those one of the creative persons. And now the creative, with Gen AI coming up, you see that creative roles were the first roles hit, so you don't know how it will go, but and how it will change. But one thing is for sure, digital skills become key. And especially, we are here on an IT conference, but I see, especially in the lower layers in the organizations, you see the digital skills can be improved. So also upskilling of general skills. On the other hand, also there, realizing if our roles will change, if all our roles will change, then other skills become important. Cognitive skills, because the repetitive and intensive, labor-intensive work for the higher educated personnel will change. But we still need to be analytical, problem-solving, creative, and communicative. That is the work that remains. So it's also very important to keep on trained and upskilled in that. So that are if you read in the OECD report what they share on that based on research. Now then, how are we doing this within Edge Group? What is the curriculum that we have built and we are working on now? On the one hand, we have training programs on both for leadership, because you see change often it starts with leadership. It's important that leadership knows what to do, what it is, what you can do it, but also all the preconditions and the risks and ethics and those kind of things. So very important for leaderships and the business professionals in the organization to train them on AI. And the second hand, it's adoption. Really, if we say that we want the people working with the tools, it's important to train them with them. What is possible with Gen AI? What is possible with ChatGPT? What are the risks of using ChatGPT? What is and what all kind of AI tooling are available to make our work easy, and how do they work? 21st century skills to prepare for how work will look like in the next couple of years. And last but not least, are we now also working more for the young professionals on developing an AI traineeship so that we can build on developing the AI capability with our own young talent in-house. So that's how we, within Edge Group, within the Learning and Innovation Factory, shape an AI curriculum and make the company ready for the AI era that is coming up. Thank you.
Next, we move on to the final panel discussions of this evening. The topic for this panel is AI governance, balancing innovation and accountability in government. The moderator for this panel is Dr. Jasim Haji, President IGOAI. The panelists for this session will be Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Hamad Khalifa Al Nuaimi, Head of Telecommunication, Abu Dhabi Police GHQ, Mohammad Ragab, Applications Development Section Head, Electronic Government Authority of Ras Al Khaimah, and finally, Badr Zioud, Information Security and Projects Manager, Abu Dhabi Media. Welcome, moderator and panelists, to the stage.
Hi again. We have distinguished guests and speakers with us, and I appreciate their presence. Some came from all the way from Abu Dhabi, and the other gentleman with their tight shadows also agreed to join us, so thanking them to participate in the, is it 20 minutes? That's all, okay. Panel discussion. So before starting, I'll just give the gentlemen the opportunity to introduce themselves, their background, their titles. Please start with you, Ustad Anas.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me, and thank you, audience, for being here listening to AI again and again. My name is Anas Al-Tahir. I'm working for Dubai Legal Affairs Department. I'm heading the IT function in the His Highness Rural Court.
Yeah, Mohammed Ragab. I'm IT portfolio manager, and I'm heading the application development section.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا على الحضور. Dr. Hamad Khalifa Naimi, the head of telecommunication division, Abu Dhabi Police General Headquarter, and the founder of Digital Barza. Thank you so much for being here, and hopefully you will enjoy and get some benefits out of this panel discussion. Thank you.
All right. This sitting is purposely done. So we start with the broader subjects, the Anas, and then the gentlemen to go dive deeper into the AI and the legislations and the governance. So maybe you start with, probably from your perspective as a lawyer and the law firm, describing the governance in general in AI and how it's impacting it, probably to enlighten us and also to pave the way for the other discussions.
Yeah, actually, in the legal affairs of Dubai government, it's been a concern for a while for building up the ecosystem for the AI. It was always a headache for the lawyers back there to come up with the requirement which is going to oversee the whole ideas of what is going on the AI. Having said that, it's still actually, or the time when we started, because as you know, UAE maybe were one of the first country worldwide who appointed a Ministry of AI and had the strategy of AI, and that actually initiated a requirement for the legal system to upgrade and have the requirement which is going to oversee and govern the whole lot. That was like early 2016, 17 maybe. During those times, AI itself was not actually very clear for us, the techie people, to understand exactly where it's going to. So we had a lot of different ideas and different perspective of what AI is going to do exactly. I remember people used to think that AI is going to send everybody home, nobody is going to be needed, specifically on the legal sector, by the way. Because if you remember back then, there were something called Thomson, the first IBM Watson, yeah, thank you. So that was actually the first AI lawyer. And that was like a huge alarm for all the legal people. It was like, okay, they were the first people who were really scared about the AI and stuff. So it wasn't clear back then, okay? And at the same time, they were mandated to come up with the platform that's going to govern all this. As of now, we don't have very clear legislations, as far as I know, related to the AI, but we have the other components, because if you noticed, we actually cannot talk about AI, if you agree with me, that we cannot talk about the AI if we don't talk about the data, right? So the data is the source or the source of everything that's going to happen. So the government of Dubai actually spent a lot of time on the cyber security, information security. You all know DISC, Dubai Electronic Security Center, who have just launched their third version of ISR, Information Security Regulation, which is one of the, I believe it's one of the pioneer on the driving the public sector into the new requirement when it comes to cybersecurity. So I think the homework was being done from different perspectives, from Dubai data law, the cybersecurity law, we had the privacy law, okay? All those components were already set there. And now I think the second level is going to be to legalize more what exactly we need to do. I think we are going to go a little bit deep to certify or to authenticate the algorithms and how it's going to be used.
Yeah, I will come to you, Anas, in a few minutes to just maybe drill us down when you explain the whole things and what are the main components that you think that has to be legislation. You know, everybody thinks it's just one thing that needs to be done and there are no steps. So, by the way, this IBM Watson, this was also the tool that beat Gary Kasparov, the world chess champion, started from there. So, Mohammed, what are the challenges that comes out of what Anas is saying? You know, for lawyers, it's easy to say you need to do that, you know, but when you talk about legislation, but when it comes to reality, you know, there are different challenges. So, what do you think these are?
Well, actually, it's interesting because in the AI, we need to visualize that it's a new field, it's a new domain. And on this, I mean relatively new. I would not say it's new, it's there for a long time now, but for example, generative AI. So it's evolving rapidly, and every day there is something new, there is new news about AI, and there is new technologies which we have to deal with. So we are not sole player on this domain, and there is plenty of countries that are leading this. United Arab Emirates is one of the pioneering on this domain, and actually the knowledge and is being built, and the kind of regulations that need to be done is actually diversing with the knowledge. So the real challenge here is how to build the governance in a way that's not restricting the innovation in the AI field, because we don't need to kill that innovation. We need the innovation to happen, and at the same time, we need to abide with the morals and with the values that we have. So that's one primary challenge which I believe it's critical. The other challenges which we can speak of here is about how to overcome the drawbacks or the risks which we know as of today and deal with it in terms of, for example, avoiding misinformation, disinformation risks, and avoiding, for example, intellectual property violation, all the risks which are associated with AI. We need to actually make sure that the development community, the vendors, the available of products in the market are actually controlling this, are taking the corrective measures to control this and preventing any misuse or any wrong utilization of the AI. As government organization, I believe there is other major factor which need to be taken, which is about the data privacy. So as we mentioned now, the data for the government is actually very highly secured data sometimes, and it needs to be dealt with in caution and to make sure that it's protected and well advanced. Last thing which I would like to mention is that since this is, as we mentioned, it's evolving domain, we need to actually work hand to hand, the people who are doing the regulations or the governance with the partners, with the global network of interested stakeholders to make sure positively that maybe we can have a global agreement about AI regulations or governance controls that can be applied.
So I'll get back to expand on that as well. Dr. Abu Khalifa, we want you to put the icing on the cake. Now, you have knowledge of both worlds on the technology AI side, but also on the physical security, and we say, and policing. So, how do you think governance and AI will help in the law enforcement in general in this part of the world? And will there be a difference in the law enforcement of AI in different regions, or we can use the a standard model with little customizations? Thank you, Dr. Jassim. Well, first of all, I would like to add to my colleague Muhammad here as one of the challenges that would be facing Mr. Anas is how does the AI will send you home. I don't think the AI will send you home as much as simplifying your legislation and the court and the judgment department job. And one of the best examples I would like to refer here is nowadays you can get married online, and instead of asking the court to send the imam or the guy who's responsible to write the contract online. So all these technologies, I guess it's supporting. So from my perspective as a law enforcement, you be safe and secure, don't worry about your job. Thank you. Again, to your questions, Dr. Jassim. What we think about the AI impacting the law enforcement, or how does the law enforcement are using AI? I guess recently, as Abu Dhabi city, as well as Dubai, we have been recognized as one of the safest country around the globe. So for Abu Dhabi city, that is the 6th year in a row that we've been defined and selected as one of the safest city around the globe. So that goes back into the hard-working job that being done with all the entities and the government units in Abu Dhabi as a government to make the society safe and secure. And talking from the law enforcement perspective, I would say the technology and especially AI has been very successful stories that we've been used in most of the roads, public places, to make the environment secure enough. Proudly, it's always announced that Abu Dhabi Police has its own AI teams, which is all locals, whom are working 24/7 to enhance most of the services, such as ticketing and giving people fine on the roads. But we say it enhance these technologies to make the roads safe and secure. Lately, the government of Abu Dhabi announced on behalf of Abu Dhabi Police that the speed limit on one of our highways, which is Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid highways, going to be divided in 4 lanes, and 2 lanes only going to be the speed of 140, and the others would be 120. So if you are going below the speed limit, you will get ticket. If you go over the speed limit, you will get ticket. So going back, I would say using AI technologies with all these machine learning to enhance these kind of services just to make the roads safe and secure. Another example would like to mention here is the number of accidents globally has a major reason, which is using cell phones, not in United Arab Emirates also, but in most of the countries around the world. But what Abu Dhabi Police has been doing to prevent these kind of accidents is ensure that all the drivers, whenever they are driving, are not using their cell phones. As we said, it's one of the major reasons for car accidents. Then the result of those car accidents would be the number of deaf people, which is increasing. The cell phones is with everybody's hands, the children and the young as well as elderly people. But we just need to use an AI technologies enhancing, developing our lifestyle, the safety of our society, as well as other sectors such as oil and gas, education, health, and also the environmental way.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll come back to you the additional part. I surprised you with that. I changed my question. By the way, also, the doctor didn't mean marrying online means the whole marriage, just the marriage process. So in case
The
people
paper
think
part.
only the paper part, not bringing the wife with it as well. So back to you, and just to expand on what you said earlier. I think we got 2 minutes each, just to...
And I have to say something about introducing AI to the fines. المخالفات في أبو ظبي تبقى بالAI. It's really scary, I believe. The AI being into the roads in this way, I think this is the second scary thing I heard today after Dr. Chan when he was talking about Abu Dhabi University using AI for waves in the brain or whatever.
Khalifa University.
No, the previous one.
Yeah, Khalifa University.
Khalifa University, sorry. So I would like to hear your comment on this.
I'm not here on behalf of Abu Dhabi Police, but at least you have to pay half of your amount. There won't be any discount.
Okay, back to the question. Okay, and when it comes to IT governance, we used to talk about 5 known pillars as per the whiteboard, which is related mainly to, as if I can remember them now, okay, the value proposition perspective on the governance, the strategy alignment perspective, and I think the cybersecurity and the financial aspects, and whatever the last one, I don't remember. Anyway, so we had our solid governance perspectives, which I think we need to revisit again, because when we are talking about AI, things are going to be moving targets. It's not going to be a static target as it used to be. So I do believe that we have what we hear it more often, responsible AI, which is putting part of the responsibility on the ethics related to what we are doing with the AI tools. Because at the end of the day, this is a tool, could be in the right hand as well as in the wrong hands. So as we are utilizing this and as we are investing more and more in AI, we really have to focus on the perspective of being responsible from private sector perspective.
Right.
And definitely from the government perspective, regulation and policies are going to be built up, which is already there as of now. But as things move forward, definitely we will enhance the regulations and the ecosystem which will govern
Right.
in a proper way what exactly we are doing with the AI. That's number one. What exactly the AI technologies are used for. And I think this is something very important. We also have to consider the privacy, and this has been touched so many times here.
Yes, sir.
And from the government perspective, we will always try to protect the data, because everything is around the data, and there is no AI without data. So those ecosystems, I believe...
They complement each other.
Exactly.
I think you are asking him the next question. I will not ask. Ask him what are the risks related to what he said.
Okay,
Ask
go
him.
ahead.
No, ask him.
Okay. Okay. So, يعني here talking about the risks, actually AI itself is now reached a stage that you can depend on AI to write code, okay? And AI can generate a code and can develop itself, and it's something that we need to make sure that we deal with focus, and we are able to control this in the right way. Because unless it's controlled, then it will be like super intelligence, and that's what we need to make sure that we are ready for that before we go there. So coming back to the regulations, what I see is that The regulations need to be moving from responding to the changes in the AI domain to be proactive to that. We need to determine what's going to happen and start dealing with what's expected, putting the needed controls so the things does not go out of frame. But in a way that, again, does not actually limit the innovation and does not stop the technology from growth. Many of the risks which we can think of here is that, for example, privacy violations, that if you share some data or if you look up some data, maybe your data can be exposed, your personal data that you didn't intend to share. Security risks, some part of the misuse for the AI products can be, for example, sending phishing emails, which is actually, again, another risk issue. It has its own positives on the security part, but it has negatives as well. So phishing and security issues, again, AI and the generative AI being on, relying on the learning from whatever the content which we have is actually very much predicted to violate the copyrights.
Thank you.
So that's something also we need to deal with. Yeah.
Sure. As they said, even the bell will not save the question. I have to ask the question. The second fold was, you talked very nicely about what is happening in this country and the improvement. But going back to the AI models that are available, are they easy to be implemented in different parts of the world? Do they need to be customized? Are they depending on the rules and regulations or the rules and regulations related to AI? That's my last question to you, and over.
Well, the questions is a little bit tricky, Dr. Jassim.
That's why I ask you.
So I will join with Muhammad and we'll take it from the risk point of view. AI has its own positive and negative pros and cons. And I would say one of the risks that we are facing these days is in cybersecurity, which is a huge and amongst attacks and war that's happening around. I guess in November 2023, the Cybersecurity Council of United Arab Emirates has announced that be prepared, we are facing a huge attack. So whatever is happening on the backstage, the bad guys and the bad people, they are using AI to enhance as well as develop their techniques supported by 5G, which we consider it as a wow, nice technology, but they consider it as a perfect technology. So with all these combination, I guess it depends on wherever we are going and taking AI on our daily job. Let's ask the children who are studying at the 6th grade who are using technology about the AI. Everybody would say, that's wonderful. But do they have any idea what are the risks or what are the misleading behind the AI? I don't think so. 2 days ago, I was reading about the Coursera. I guess everybody knows it, the platform for training. They said they facing an increase in the number of trainees and the people who are more interested in AI and cognitive AI, which being from, it was 28% all the way until 85%. So can you believe the number of people who are studying on the Coursera online and trying not to be professionals, but at least having some background on how they are using the AI. With a country that has all these infrastructures, great tech field, I guess there will be more and more knowledgeable people on AI.
Thank you. I'll complete part 3 outside. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, I think we finished, but maybe 1 minute.
Yeah, just a quick point on that. I believe the real problem also here is that AI is always ahead. So we are currently users of AI without knowing it. We're using Siri, we're using Google, and there is plenty of products which we are using with the social media, with our emails, that we are already there. We are already in the field. Yani. We are inside the sea. So the only thing is that we need to make sure that while this is growing, while this is changing, it does not go out of control, and it protects our privacy and our security going forward.
Thank you. Dr. Muhammad Anas, thank you very much. Thanks for staying till late and coming all the way. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. That was a delighting session. Moving on, we start with the final round of our CIO Catalyst Award. I would like to call upon Samer Sehman from Pure Storage to present the awards. Okay, so we start with Sridhar Surgaon. We start with Antonio Campos, apologies. Antonio Campos, MIG Holding. Next up, Vikalp Srivastava, Karsner International. Next we have Ajay Rathi, Bruce International. Up next, Dinesh Kumar, Driven Properties LLC. Krishna Chaitanya, Aldar Properties PGSC. Moving on, Ali Katkada, Deepa United Group. LISL Air, WSP Incorporated. Next up, we have Samay Nasif, Property Finder. Moving on, Mansoor Khan, Q Holding. Next, Suresh Muthuwadat, Apparel Group. Somi Varghese, Etoile Group. Adam Dokrat, Aster Pharmacy. Next up, Fayaz Badubai, Al Yusuf Group. Linish Kannan, Western International Group, Nesto G-Bus. Mohammad Nuhu, Union Corp. Anchal Chaube, Lifecare International Insurance. Vijay Jain, Dulsco Group. Mohammad Arshad, Al Circle Group. Bichara Seman, ADPI. Bichara Seman. Jacques Barkhuzen, Airtel Africa. Mohammad Hunedi, AD Ports Group. Saurav Sinha, Beyond Airline. Thank you, Samir. I would like to call upon all the CIO Catalyst winners on the stage for a group picture. It's time for the Catalyst Marketing Awards to take center stage. The Catalyst Marketing Awards represents the honor for industry-leading marketers, serving as a beacon of recognition, and is dedicated to honoring the outstanding achievements of these trailblazing individuals. I would like to call upon Ronak Samantre to present these awards. We begin with Dalia Mansoor, Sprinkler. Sapan Agarwal, Honeywell. Suresh Venkatraman, Paisler AG. Kiara Israni, SecureWorks. Sridevi Nair, F9 Infotech. Serene Akru, Pure Storage. Gohar Ali Rizvi, Itqan Al Khalij Computers LLC. Tamara Zvibo, 0 and 1. Priya Nikhil, Texela LLC. Rishabh Verma, Corner Consulting. Hima Rena Chandrandan, Pseudo Consultants. Raghav Kurich, Dell Technologies. Kamlesh Lal, Dell Technologies. Medhavi Kakar, Ingram Micro. The final one, Faraz Ali Khan, Asbis. I would like to call upon all the Marketing Catalyst Award winners together for a group picture. Apologies, we missed out a few names for Catalyst Marketing Awards. We'll go through it again. Starting with Ben McDonald's, Dell Technologies. Shahid Kader, Logicom Distribution, UAE and Gulf. Varuna Shah, Mindware. Vaibhav Garg, Corner Consulting. Shivon Gyan, Corner Consulting. Sanchari Roy, Barco. All right, I think we're done with Marketing Catalyst Awards. Thank you, Ronak. Up next, we have the awards dedicated to the top 10 happy companies to work for in 2024. I would like to call upon Anushri Dikshit to take the stage for these.
Good evening, everybody. We know that we have had a long and productive day, but how many of us just had a long day? And how many, Parmar is saying that he just had a long day. Not productive? All right. First of all, thank you so much for being a part of the 10th Future IT Summit with us. We are so happy that it's a Monday and you are all here with us today to celebrate this. So we'll not be stretching it much further. I'm here because the top 10 happy IT companies to work for is indeed a very special award for us as a company. I was just scrolling through WhatsApp a few days back and I chanced to see a very interesting text, like a forward message which came through. So I thought, like if I could put it in a slide and show you all, it would set the context of the top 10 awards. So team, if I can quickly, it's already there. It's a WhatsApp text which said that, like adulthood is all about putting up an alarm to wake up and go to a place where you don't want to go. I'll of course not ask anybody to show a hand and to see, like who agrees to this or not. But we know, like there are many, many individuals out there who just, like don't feel motivated to go to work every day. And the top 10 IT companies to work for is actually a celebration of these companies who have changed this mindset completely. These are the people working for these companies who are motivated every single day to go to the workplace and get the best out of them. So I would like to call upon our CEO, Ronak, once again to the stage with me to just share a few seconds. And then we go to the award. Ronak, if you could quickly grab a mic from there. It's working? Yeah, okay. Ronak, just a quick question to you. I don't want to answer this because I would sound very partial. We are also celebrating 12 years of as GEC, right? And I very proudly say that, like we are one of the happiest company to work for. But, as per you, Ronak, like what have been the key steps or key engagement activities that, like GEC has taken over the years to make sure that we make a very collaborative workforce for our teammates? If you could identify the top 3 points.
Okay, thank you for bringing me on the spot without any notice. But yes, definitely. The first point which we always believe in is your human capital, right? And that is very, very essential. It doesn't matter what industry you are, if it's GEC or any other IT companies or of any logistics company, it doesn't matter. It goes across the board. So you need to identify your human resource that you have and make sure the right skill set is mapped. And if you are able to do that, then I'm sure people who are in the right areas will be more productive, will be more happier. And you asked 3 points, is it?
Yeah,
okay.
One more.
The second one is do trust your employees, do trust your teammates, and because they will surprise you in a big way. Because the moment you give them that trust, that empowerment, they will surprise you every single month, every single quarter with their performance. So that's number 2. And number 3 is from bottom of the ladder to the top of the ladder. Doesn't matter what hierarchy you are, you have to be a good team player. And team player, when I say, it's like if I'm say for an example, working in finance, that should not stop me to go and interact with my sales guys or my marketing guys, because most of the companies who have big workforce, they might not know most of them. So knowing each other and being a good team player, it doesn't matter what department you guys are on, we need to be supportive, we need to help each other, and I think that would be my 3rd point, yeah.
Perfect. I think it summarizes the entire award category very well. And if you carefully look into the title of the award, we are not claiming that these are the best companies. Of course, we might have many companies out there, but the underlined thing is on the word happy, because not every workplace can make you a happy employee. So we are now going to celebrate 10 such companies, and these awards were done through a very deep employee engagement survey, wherein the teammates of these companies, they went to a rigorous survey, which was divided into 5 categories, which considered of, workforce flexibility, how the employees are motivated, how the management has been supporting them, and based on a minimum number of surveys which have come through, we have come out with the top 10 companies who are the happy IT companies to work for in 2024. So let's start calling up the names one by one. So the first happy company to work for in 2024 goes to Ernst & Young. Can we have the team on stage? For the day. They are too happy, it seems. They just wanted to go back to their workplace. All right, our second happy IT company to work for is Amiviz, who just had a long day. Parmar, please come on the stage for a while. Yeah. If I have to ask you, what makes, very briefly, what makes Amebis a happy place to work for?
It's not feeling like what you put on the screen. You put up
Okay.
an alarm, you do get up, and you're excited about getting back to work. And we believe work is not about what is just expected out of you to get the job done. It's about the culture in the workspace and how you enjoy working with your people to do what is needed. How is more important than just what. So that it is that how that makes a difference.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. The next happy place to work for in 2024 is Connor Consulting. Can we have Team Connor on board? Rishabh, same question for you also. Just 2 lines on, like what makes Connor the happy company to work for?
Yeah, so there's not a single answer to it. Like, it can take a lot of time to describe about the entire culture that Connor follows. The most important, aspect about the Connor is like Connor started very freshly new in the region, and the amount of effort, the leadership that has pulled in to enable the ground staff and at the operational level to make things available for it. So to nurture positivity across, and more importantly, the solutions that they bring onto the table is always helping to achieve the outcomes of our clients that we work for, and it makes the life easier for the people like us who are there as a part of a Connor, make the entire story more relatable and more meaningful when we are talking to our clients. So yeah, and yes, so there are a lot of core mantras what organization follows. It's a US-based firm, so they are pretty heavily invested on the human values that they follow. And not to discount on the mental health days that we get always, additional benefits as part of what any other organization has been getting it throughout.
Thank you, Rishabh. Congratulations once again. All right, our next happy company to work for in the list is Sprinkler. Congratulations, Team Sprinkler. Congratulations. Our next company is One, which puts a lot of videos on team motivation and teamwork and team building activities on LinkedIn, which we keep on seeing day in and day out, and it's 0 and 1. Congratulations, team. Heard you enough. Tamara, come back. Tamara, come back. Come back. Ali has spoken long enough for the day. Tamara, I want to hear from you, yes, what makes this company a happy place to work for? She's asking you.
Yeah, sure.
Very briefly.
Hi. The quote that was shown on screen, I was like, oh my God, this is not how I feel at all. Like, I know I love my job because I enjoy going to work. Like, I enjoy waking up in the morning. No, really. Like, you might laugh, but I really, I love my job. And I love all the things that you've talked about, like about the events and everything that we do. Like, we love it. You can feel the energy in the office, during our activities, during all the events. So, yeah, that's basically why.
Great, can't say no, Tamara. Congratulations, Team 0 and 1. All right, next up we have Studo Consultants. Studo Consultants. Congratulations, team. Next up, we have Store IT Distribution. Yes, please. Go ahead.
On behalf of Store IT team, I just wanted to put that out that a place which is like super happy for the workforce to work at is a place where people go beyond to prove themselves. And at Store IT, we have like an amazing work culture where it's like almost like a second family for us. And we thoroughly enjoy working with our colleagues who have become now like family members. And that's what make our place, Store IT, has a happy company, you know, to work for. Thank you so much.
Great, congratulations, Team Store IT. Next up, we have Asbis. Up next, we have Reddington. Congratulations, and last but not the least, as our speaker was saying in the morning, a company born 40 years ago, and a company which has been redefining, reimagining, and disrupting the workflows and the world of technology. With great pleasure, the happiest company to work for in 2024, Dell Technologies. Have a few words from you as well.
First of all, thank you for the recognition. This is very important, and it actually makes me happier to receive that recognition. But I would love to say that I wish I can come up on stage and say work-life balance is the main reason for happiness. Unfortunately, it's not in our industry anymore because the amount of demand on IT and the amount of stress that we face every day could be the reasons for an unhappy employee. But on the other hand, I would say that equality, passion, having a purpose, creating a fair environment where people can speak out without any fear, and making sure that we recognize the good work that people are doing. Flexibility of work, that also helps I mean, we don't manage anymore business as a time card. It's based on outcome. Everybody has the freedom and everybody has the maturity to work in the way it suits them. Trust, many couple of factors, but unfortunately work-life balance isn't one of them. But overall, I think it works. Thank you.
Very well said. Once again, congrats to all the winners, and I would like to call my colleague back to do the next awards. And let's wake up tomorrow morning and go to our workplace with a fresh perspective. Thank you everybody.
Thank you, Anushri. Moving next, we have the HR Catalyst Awards. The HR Catalyst Awards honor excellence in human resource leadership and innovation across multiple categories, including HR Innovation of the Year, Diversity and Inclusion Excellence, Employee Engagement Initiative, HR Leadership of the Year, and the Best Talent Development Program. I would like to call upon Richa to present the awards for the category. We shall begin with Sana Qureshi, Midstar, Diversity and Inclusion Excellence. Up next, Nipa Joshi, Lampril Energy Limited, Employee Engagement Initiative. Moving on, Dr. Zakir Malik, Noble Group, HR Leadership of the Year. Next up, we have Fajiz Musa, Nesto, HR Innovation of the Year. Moving on, we have Angie Safi, GE, HR Leadership of the Year. Next, we have Ameline Galvo, Hotamaki, HR Innovation of the Year. Next, Shanti Ramachandran, Siklo, HR Innovation of the Year. Moving on, Ritika Bhandari, Teleperformance, HR Leadership of the Year. moving to our final winner, Jamaica Aguirre, Sheraton Jumeirah Beach Resort and Aloft the Palm Jumeirah, HR Leadership of the Year. I would like to call upon all the winners for HR Catalyst Award to come up for a picture. Congratulations to all the winners. Moving to the final category of awards for this evening, the Finance Catalyst Awards. Finance Catalyst Awards aims to commend outstanding accomplishments and innovation in the finance sector at the 2024 Catalyst Finance Awards. We are here to acknowledge the pioneering efforts of all our winners over here. I would like to call upon Anushri Dikshit to present these awards. Starting with Ashit Dugar, Petrofac, Financial Innovation of the Year. Next up, we have Ali Abuda from Gulf Navigation Holding PGSC. Next, we have Varun Sharma, HWH Investments, Finance Team of the Year. Next, we have Khalid Shami, Ali & Sons Holding, Sustainable Finance Initiative. Next, Venkat Ramana Suryanarayanan, SFC Group, Financial Innovation of the Year. Moving on, Fawad Shami, Arthur D. Little, Finance Team of the Year. have Nazarene Soros Anthony, Advanced Industries Group LLC, Finance Team of the Year. Moving to the final award of the day, Natalie Fisher, Swiss GRC, Sustainable Financial Initiative. Congratulations. Thank you, Anushree. Congratulations to all the Finance Catalyst Award winners. I would like to call you up on the stage for a group picture. And that brings us to the end of the day. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Congratulations once again to all the winners.